Okay, Kate. Hello. Hello, Mark. Are you, Kate? You're on first, and then who's after Kate? Let me just check quickly. Mark and Professor Yuri. Okay, so Kate, we're already streaming. Let me just check quickly the new links, because the link changed when we switched down, Kate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Let me just see. Okay, so yes, this is there. So tell me when you're ready, Kate.
I'll go on right at 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that is 1 minute. So be on standby.
Okay.
Close the door after, please. Okay. Right. Kate, you there?
Yep.
Okay, I'm going to make you live in 1, 2, 3, 4, and you're going live. 1, 2, 3, 4, play spotlight.
Hi there and welcome back. I hope everybody enjoyed their lunch, breakfast, laundry, whatever it is that you're doing right now in between this half hour that you have while we're all quarantined. This is the Cyberpol Virtual International Cybersecurity Summit, the second one, the first ever virtual summit for Cyberpol. It's October 15th. It's a beautiful day here in New York City at 6 a.m. It's 1 o'clock in Tel Aviv. And we are still so happy to be hosted in partnership with Israel's I-24 news channel and joined by cyber practitioners, law enforcement, journalists, and legal experts from all over the world. So not only am I your host today, but I'm joining our fourth expert panel to discuss the cost of cybercrime. With me are online brand protection expert Mark Howard and Professor George Abraham, Managing Director at scamadvisor.com. So now I'm going to do the unusual task of kicking the microphone to myself to kick off our first afternoon panel. So I know that there's some people who might be joining from some different time zones. So I'm going to reintroduce myself. My name is Kate FAZZINI. I'm an adjunct professor of cybersecurity at Georgetown University. I've served as cybersecurity reporter for the Wall Street Journal and CNBC here in New York. For those of you who aren't familiar with CNBC, it's the largest financial news network in the United States. It's a cable network. Some people get it internationally, some don't. Now, previously to that, I had held cybersecurity roles at JP Morgan Chase and Promontory Financial Group, also here in New York. I am now the CEO of a cybersecurity communications firm called Floor Albo LLC. It's one of Goldman Sachs's 10,000 small businesses. So I'm so happy to be joining everyone here. This has been an amazing panel so far. And I'm going to talk to you about the cost of cybercrime from a little bit of a different point of view. I want to do this as a conversation. If you have any questions and you're online during this time and you want to put them in the Q&A just down below, you can do that and I'll do my best to answer them. So I'm going to talk about my perspective as a journalist and a writer. And in that profession, how we quantify the numbers and the data that actually get people interested in cybersecurity. So whether you're on the law enforcement side or the corporate side of things, at some point, if you work in cybersecurity, it's going to be your job to convince someone to do what you want to do, even if it makes them uncomfortable. For the big banks among us, that can mean doing a change to the protocols of an app used by investment bankers who are never happy to have their day interrupted. If you are on the government side of things, it can be as simple as just telling the general public to be aware of scams that are out there. And I was really fascinated. I love data, and a lot of you might not realize that on the media side of things, we have an enormous amount of information that can give us an idea of who is reading our stories, how long they're reading the story for, where they're coming from, how interested they are in forwarding that information to their friends. That's the sort of thing that I've used to quantify what I'm going to discuss today. So we have this sort of tired old question: what will it take for people to care about cybersecurity in the way that the people on this call and on this forum today believe that people should care? I know a lot of people have said, I've heard this many times, that it will have to be a cyber Pearl Harbor type event for people to really get interested in cybersecurity. But looking at the data that I've had access to tells me a very different story to that. And I'm hoping a more optimistic story. So let me get into, I'm just going to scroll down here. I'm not going to share screens with you today. So now I've written hundreds of stories. I've done on-air interviews. I've had a bunch of different things. So I've had a chance to take the information that I have about all of those stories and take a look at all of the readers behind them. So I'm going to tell you what, in the past like 4 years or so since I've been publishing stories, the top 3 stories that were by far the most popular, and in some of these cases, I'm talking the difference between millions of people reading and looking at the story and 100 people reading or looking at the story. Number 1, this is just, I'm going to read the headlines out loud. Scammers are tricking people out of enormous payments as they're about to close on a house. Number 2, JP Morgan Chase axes popular debit card feature. Customers no longer can replace lost cards at branches in a move driven by increasing fraud. And 3, email sextortion scams are on the rise and they're scary. Here's what to do if you get one. Now, I've worked for some big media organizations, so every single one of my stories has had some sort of SEO around it. We have people who write headlines. We have people who know how to position things so that they'll be watched. But controlling for all of that, these 3 stories and many like them tend to be the most popular amongst readers. So what does that mean? Well, I can tell you that these top pieces, they're talking about a difference sometimes. Hold on, let me just get through my notes here. So they involve things that have already happened. This is a really important aspect of what people are looking for when they want to read about cybersecurity. Stories that I've written, stories that other people have written about sort of these prognostications of what's to come, the enormous disasters in the future, they might be really scary. People might say that's the FUD talking, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt. But the truth is, they tend to just not grab the attention of people. And it doesn't matter how much you escalate the fear factor. People just, if it's not affecting them personally, and it's not something that has already happened, where they can go in and dig in and understand the consequences, the real consequences of something that has already happened, the story has not a lot of relevance for them. And that brings me to the second point. All of the stories had in common that they were personal. They were based on a person's individual cost, whether that was a stolen down payment on a house through wire fraud, through business email compromise, whether it was a defrauded debit card, or simply that they might be inconvenienced the next time they go to the bank. And then, of course, sextortion. In this case, there are a couple of different flavors of sextortion. I'm talking about the very spammy emails that almost everybody has received at some point, you know, making some sort of accusation and saying that we know things about you, and those are not in fact true things. The idea that somebody might be embarrassed in front of their friends and their family was this enormous motivator, well beyond telling them that your corporation could lose $3 million because of a cyber attack or something like that. They were more interested in not having, you know, their mothers or their spouses find out about some affair, whether it was fraudulent or not. And so I think that that was one of, I know that the sextortion story itself was my most forwarded story of all time. And I, to this day, continue to get emails from people who are very relieved, happy that they could send them on to loved ones who were like very concerned about receiving these emails. And I think that that says a lot about what motivates someone to take action, the action that you want them to take in order to work better with law enforcement, in order to have safer behaviors when they're online. It has to be personal to them as an individual. A giant cost, trillions of dollars, possibly in the future. It just doesn't do it for most people. Cyber warfare, the fear of that happening, that also just doesn't really resonate with people who are more concerned about their day-to-day. And you can argue whether that's the wrong attitude to have or not, but it kind of doesn't matter. If you're trying to convince people to do what you want them to do, you will need to take some action in what you're doing to make sure that they have a personal story to tell when it comes to these. So there's one more story that I want to give you an anecdote about. And that is, there was a accounting firm called Wolters Kluwer. Wolters Kluwer, I'm sorry, not an accounting firm, an accounting software firm that is ubiquitous software that is used by CPAs and large accounting firms in the United States. They had a ransomware attack and were down for several days at a time when there was a filing deadline coming up, not the main one, but Internal Revenue Service tax deadline in the United States. And I started getting these panicked phone calls from individuals. I had never heard of Wolters Kluwer. I was pretty sure, I think my editor said nobody's going to be interested in a story about CPAs. And I'm sorry for the CPAs on the call. But I went into it. It was a really simple story. It was a company taken down by ransomware, something that we see every day, that had these cascading effects into the accounting world, something that a lot of people can understand. And that, again, was one of my top stories of all time. There was lots of reader interest. Nobody knew who Wolters Kluwer was except for a handful of people who were within the accounting sphere. But that was something that people were really interested in. And why? We didn't have a cost around that. I mean, I'm sure it cost Wolters Kluwer a lot, but it was the reputational risk. We've had a couple of speakers today talk about that. People are fascinated by how their reputation can be harmed. What would happen if I was the biggest provider of software in a specific industry and I had a ransomware attack that took me out for a day, 2 days, a week? How catastrophic would that be? And in many cases, it's impossible to quantify, but I think CEOs, I think managing directors understand that if your entire business model is based upon one thing, and you're not able to do that one thing, then you're going to be in a lot of trouble. I think the Equifax breach was another very good example of that. And so I am getting a few questions coming in here. So I'm going to go ahead and answer. 1 second. I don't always like to look on my phone, so please don't think that I'm being rude. And I do have a few people with some interesting questions here. Okay, the first one is, so what do you think about law enforcement and media and how they work together today. So that's an interesting question. It's going to be very different internationally. Obviously, there are a lot of different rules. In the UK, there's a lot of different rules about what you can investigate or not investigate. I think in the United States, we tend to have a little bit better of a relationship than in some other areas of the world with law enforcement. You've probably seen some of the debate about whether or not we should be able to break into encrypted communications channels like Facebook's WhatsApp, Signal, some of the others that I know law enforcement agencies have been interested in. That's actually a question I would have loved to put to Ricardo, and I probably will later, about the Cyberpol stance on that issue. But that has caused some friction between journalists and law enforcement. It's something that I am very hopeful can be worked out. I know we had our Attorney General Bill Barr said at a recent FBI conference that there should be a way for us, if we have these people who are so technologically advanced and people who are very diplomatic as well, working on the problem, there should be a way to solve it in a way that can still preserve privacy in some way, but give law enforcement the tools they need to find terrorists before terrorist attacks happen. I think that as far as that goes, and actually, I'm getting another question here about the hospital in Germany, which is something that I also did want to talk about. So it is a good segue into, again, trying to talk about the cost of cybercrime we have now in Germany. There recently was a ransomware attack against the hospital there. A patient unfortunately died as a result, law enforcement officers say there, of the ransomware attack not making it impossible for the equipment that this person needed. And they are seeking homicide charges as a result. That would be one of the first times I think a global law enforcement agency has tried to do that. And I think it's going to be a very, very important case. I think it's a case that journalists will and should highlight, because nothing illustrates the cost of cybercrime more than, I think, death. You know, we know from what happened with NotPetya in 2017, from WannaCry as well in the same year, that these attacks have the capability to shut down enormous operations. And it's so easy to extrapolate that to different sectors where some, population would be just grievously harmed if those were affected, whether it's oil and gas facilities, nuclear facilities, energy facilities. How to make that real for people is, I think, to do these prosecutions. I think in Germany, they are certainly on the right track. And this is an interesting one. I'm getting a question about what do you think about the numbers, the numbers and tallies that vendors use to illustrate cybercrime. So as a journalist, I would get, pardon me, sometimes several hundred pitches for stories, especially at the Wall Street Journal, per week. And many of them coming from vendors, coming from people in the legal community, just trying to say, this is the problem that you should illustrate. We've discovered that you can make up pretty much any number that you want, that 2 billion people may have been defrauded by this new kind of virus. And a lot of these stats and these quantifications of the crime itself sometimes didn't make very much sense. So one of the things that we always looked for were really easy to trace, real statistics. And that is the thing that also resonates with the audiences the most. What do I mean by that? I mean statistics where you can say, from, let's say, insurance actuarial numbers or corporations and their quarterly financial filings, where it says exactly how much money they lost, exactly maybe how many people in personnel they had to fire as a result of some kind of crime. Those are the numbers that are very helpful. Those are the numbers that just work on the public, especially in the corporate world. That is what executives are interested in. They want to know what their competitors paid, and they want to know the exact consequences that they faced. So that's just my perspective. It's a little bit different, I know, from the folks who are going to be speaking later today, and the folks joining me on this panel. And so with that in mind, I am now going to kick it to Mr. Howard. And thank you so much for being with us, Mark Howard. Looking forward to hearing what you have to say.
Okay, can you hear me?
You're on, Mark.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
You can hear me? Whoa, something's happening here. Have you set me up there?
Mark, you are on.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, everything was looking good until I started my PowerPoint display.
Story of my life, Mark. I know.
Yeah.
I feel you.
Yeah, let's see if I can do it. Otherwise, I might have to do it verbally. It's here we go. Let's see if it works. It's been sitting here for the last 2 hours waiting to start. And it doesn't want to do it. Everybody's. Oh, flip. Not what we wanted. Maybe. Just give me a minute. Let's see what we can do here. Okay. Kate, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. You sound great.
Mark, you are live. The technical team, you are live.
Yeah, it's I can see myself there, which is great, but it's not sorting the problem out. I'm going to give, if you just give me another minute to try and see if I can resolve this problem. The PowerPoint is there waiting to work, but it's not functioning. So Kate, can you just...
Kate, we're handing over to you, Shalom.
Yes, would I like, yes, I was just going to say that. Let me see if, is our third panelist ready to go? We can do that and then come back to you, Mark.
Yes, I am.
Okay, great.
Yes, okay. Let's
Okay,
give over
George.
to Yuri.
This is George Abraham with scamadvisor.com. We'll come back to you, Mark.
Thank you very much. Just checking, Kate, do you see the presentation?
I do. Yes.
Super. Thank you very much, Kate. And also thank you very much, Cyberpol, for allowing me to present. A very brief background about the organization. I'm the general manager of the Ecommerce Foundation. Our mission is to foster global digital trade. And the idea behind it is that the more we trade, hopefully, we also make the world a slightly better place. And we do that in several ways. We started publishing reports on how to sell online in Germany, in USA, China, more than 50 different countries, helping people and merchants to sell across the border. We have an online community for e-commerce professionals called ecommercewiki.org, a trust seal called safe.shop, where again we help merchants to sell across the border. But most importantly, we also have a website called scamadvisor.com, and Scamadvisor is helping, depending on the month, between 2.5 million and 3.5 million consumers every month to check, is this website legit, yes or no? It was actually set up by Mark Roberts in 2012. Mark is a UK citizen, and he bought a fake golf set online. He was cheated. He felt very angry, and as you probably know, Mark was an IT or is an IT developer, and nothing is more dangerous than an angry IT developer. So he started to develop an algorithm to identify scammy websites. And that turned out to be Scamadvisor. And Scamadvisor now has about 2.5 million, between 2.5 million and 3.5 million visitors a month. And our database contains about 150 million domain names. And our goal is really to help consumers check, do I want to buy from this website? Do I want to invest in this company? Do I want to date on this site? So it's a very broad algorithm covering many different kinds of scams. I realize that I'm speaking about scams at a cyber crime convention, but I think we all agree that scams are a part of cybercrime, where cybercrime is often very visual in the media because it's impacting organizations and even entire countries. Scams is something which is hitting us personally, and well, we don't want to share. I mean, it's not something which is discussed with friends. Hey guys, what happened to me yesterday? I've got scammed. Very few people would like to admit they're being scammed, but it's actually, I think, a big part of cybercrime. And as Kate was already saying, it's really impacting millions of people every day in a very personal way. Usually I then ask the audience, could you raise your hand and tell me if you've got scammed? And then usually also the audience doesn't raise their hand because nobody wants to admit it. But we've done quite a lot of research into people being scammed, yes or no. And this is a quote of a scammer, which I think is very interesting. I mean, everybody can get scammed. And of course, highly educated people do not fall for the phishing scams with spelling errors in them, promising millions and millions of euros or dollars. But that's because they're not meant for us. They're targeted towards a different kind of population. However, in our research, and we interviewed more than 5,000 consumers last year, we noticed that actually people with a higher education degree get scammed more than people with no schooling. And there are several reasons for that. It's access to the internet, it's the amount of shopping being done online, but also we noticed that people with a higher income, higher education, like to gamble a bit more. They don't care if they lose 10 euros. Well, people with very little income do care. So they often make a educated gamble that, this might be a scam, but I'm going to do it anyway. And even people from the Polish parliament got scammed. So it's something which happened to all of us, but we don't like to talk about it. And as I said, I think, I mean, scams are really being targeted very well. Yes, we're getting the stupid phishing emails, and we're all part of the industry, but there are scams targeted at highly educated people, Ponzi schemes. We all know about the Madoff pyramid schemes. The people who fell for that were not stupid, but they fell for it anyway. So what we did this year is we wanted to get a better view on how big actually the scam market is as part of overall cybercrime. And Kate already gave me a great introduction because I have to be very careful here. You're all familiar with the saying, there are lies, damn lies, and statistics. And I'm going to present statistics which are definitely not going to be true, but it's our best estimate or guesstimate at this moment. What we did is we researched 31 countries worldwide, covering about 85% of global GDP, on how many scams are reported per country, what kind of scams, how are they trying to inform consumers about online scams and fraud, and how are they fighting it. And I would like to give a sneak peek into the study we're going to publish on the 12th of November at the Global Online Scam Summit. And if you're interested, please feel free to contact me. I'm happy to share the draft report with you. First of all, and these are figures from the FBI, which clearly illustrates that online scams are on the rise with huge growth factors. And what we've noticed across all the countries we research, with the exception of Sweden and Italy, to my surprise, that scams are really growing phenomenally per year. So in the US, we had a growth of 33%. Poland reported a 73% growth. So the scam market, and I mean, this is 2019, not even 2020, when we all know that the coronavirus gave a huge boost to online scams. We see a massive growth, and the expectation, and again, it differs strongly per country, is that the number of reports police and law enforcement agencies are now getting in covers a huge part of the total scam market. I mean, we've seen that in Singapore, we've seen it in Russia. In the UK, fraud is now considered the most commonly experienced crime, and I think in most other countries as well. What we also found very interesting is that, I mean, each country is being scammed by all kinds of scams, and we all familiar with the non-delivery scam, where shops do not deliver or they sell fakes. But it's also funny to see that per country the how do you say that the focus differs. So in China, reports a lot of gaming and also gambling scams. India is suffering a lot about immigration, especially to Canada. Russia, cryptocurrency scams being very popular. Email spams, phishing emails are very rapidly growing in Saudi Arabia. So each country has its own favorite scam, but in general, all scams are practiced around the world. These are the figures which are going to be published in our report, and what you can already see is that there are huge differences in number of scams being reported per country and per 1,000 citizens, and also the amount lost differs very strongly. There's several reasons for that. One of is that, for example, Argentina, we only were able to find data which include overall cybercrime as well. And as the amounts in cybercrime with DDoS attacks, hacking are usually much larger, we see a very high number there. Well, India, for example, reports 123 million scams reported, which makes it a huge part, which would mean that 103 citizens per 1,000 were approached by a scammer or got scammed. That's also one of the challenges we have, and which we hope to solve in the next few years, because we plan to do this annually, is that we will try to standardize and normalize the data being collected per country. So please consider this a first trial. So of course, the big question is how much money is getting lost. And what we did is, okay, for the 31 countries in total, 139 million scams were reported. And as you are aware, then India is a very big part of that. The total amount of money lost, and it says here million, but it should be billion, is 31 billion. So that would mean that if you look at the GDP we're covering, you'll be talking about 35 billion in total. And my apologies for getting the millions and the trillions wrong. So it's a huge amount, and cybercrime, which would be about 6, is a big part of it. But scams would actually make the total cybercrime market much larger. So how are countries then actually trying to prevent consumers from being scammed? What we noticed there is that the approach differs very strongly per country. Some, actually most, do not have a central portal where consumers can report scams. You have to go to your local police office, And if they don't say, but I mean, you gave the money, it's not a crime, then you're lucky if you're able to report it at all. In some countries, we do see quite a lot of attention, and we see ScamWatch Australia already for years collecting very reliable data, making it very easy for consumers to report both big scams as well as small ones. We see it in Singapore, in the UK, in the Netherlands with Fraude Help Desk, trying to help consumers get informed about scams and then also being able to report them. However, it looks nicer, I mean, on paper than it's in reality. And I would like to zoom into my own home country, the Netherlands. I mean, cybercrime, online scams really got attention in 2017 when there was a press release by the Central Bureau of Statistics that now we are getting scammed more online than bikes are being stolen in the Netherlands. And that was a big eye-opener, as you can imagine, for the Dutch, where it's really one of the worst crimes you can commit is stealing someone's bike. So what happened is that indeed we started to report scams more centrally at Fraude Help Desk. But in practice, we see consumers reporting scams everywhere. We see it at the consumer union, at victim support, the Dutch police, review sites, the different banks and payment methods, marketplaces. And as a result, even if people do report a scam, which is about 7% globally is in our experience, they report it to very different organizations. And unfortunately, and I'm not a big fan of the GDPR legislation, these organizations are not allowed often to share their data. And Fraude Help Desk or Fraud Help Desk got into serious problems by just allowing consumers to report scams to them. So as a result, and the conclusion is that I believe strongly that scammers are, just like cybercrime overall, are winning. I mean, we see that in the UK, 1/3 of all reported crimes are now related to online fraud. The prosecution of those is about 2.5%. So it is a very attractive business if you compare cybercrime to offline crime. I mean, it's the market is still growing. I mean, more and more people are starting to shop and be present online. It's low investment. It's cheap to scam people. It's very easy to repeat. And you have a very low chance to get caught because the smart scammers never ever scam in their own country. They always make sure that it's not only abroad, but it's also dispersed across the world. We've in our data, we see scam networks which are scamming people in more than 60 different countries. So you really have to have good data to be able to identify those kind of scammer networks, because they also are using 300 different websites to do so. This is an example. I mean, how cheap scamming can be. For 99 bucks, you have a complete scam package, and this is a high yield investment program, which is, in my view, a very clear scam. You buy it for 99 euros, you set it up, and you can do your scammy business. So it's very easy to do. And I think our big challenge, and therefore I'm also very happy with the activities of Cyberpol, is that at the moment we do not have clear centralized reporting of cybercrime, let alone online scams. And each consumer is directed to its own country, which is understandable, but in the end doesn't allow us to catch scammers fast. So we were already talking about the perfect wave, and I do think we are in the middle of it at the moment. So how can we turn this tide? How can we survive this perfect wave of cybercrime? Well, in the long term, I mean, it's all about knowing your customer. And I mean, a scammer needs to set up an email address, needs to set up a phone call, needs to set up a domain name. And if we would do proper due diligence and a proper know your customer process, scammers would have a much more difficult time. But that's very difficult to accomplish, especially worldwide. So what we are working on together with, let me skip this one. what we are working on together with APWG and the Global Cyber Alliance is seeing how we can centralize all these scammy domain names, scammy email addresses. So what we are working on is a system which allows central reporting. But if you report bad domain names to us, then you also have access to all our data. You can analyze domain names, and it's really a barter. So I hope you will join us in this effort to faster identify dubious website, dubious email addresses, so that we can fight scammers more. At the 12th of November, we will organize a small summit around global online scams, and we will present there the draft system. And with that, I would like to conclude my presentation. And Kate, may I give the floor back to you?
Absolutely. Thank you so much, George. We appreciate you.
You're welcome.
That was really interesting. I'm going to try to steal some of those slides later.
Happy to share. You don't have to steal. I will share. Happy to share.
Okay, thank you.
George, can you please just stop the slide, please? The slide is not stopping.
Yes, I've stopped it.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. So we're going to go back to Mark Howard now. Mark, how is that fussy PowerPoint treating you?
We're still having difficulties with Mark.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we don't see you, Mark. Can you please get yourself online?
Okay. Can you see that?
I cannot yet.
You should be able to see that. Can you see that yet?
Mark, can you please share your camera?
Yeah, I am. It's
Here we go. Now we can see your slides.
okay. Right. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Right. Whew, that was a bit scary. Can you just confirm everybody can see and can hear me?
Mark, you're not visible.
Okay, and you can hear me.
We can't see you, Mark.
Yeah, that was
We can see your slides though, if you want to just go from there.
But you can see the slides, yes?
Yes, we can see the
Okay,
slide.
okay.
That's fine.
Yeah,
Yep.
I was doing great guns, and then the PowerPoint fell over. So, if you can hear me, first of all, Ricardo, thank you for inviting me to this Cyberpol summit. And Irene has been really helpful. And Kate, thank you for introducing me. We come at a completely different angle to what everybody's been speaking about so far. But three words have come up in the conversations that we've just been having now. And three words which I have is education, fake or real, and trust. And at GBP, Global Brands Protection, we have been working now for a couple of years in association with the firm First in trying to educate people into protecting their websites. So can you just confirm everything is okay? Can you hear me?
We don't see you, Mark. Your camera is not live.
No, I don't know what's happened here. It was all set up, but when I put the PowerPoint on, it froze everything. So I'm a bit snookered. But as long as you can see the slides, that's fine.
We can. Thank you.
Okay. So at GBP, we try and educate people understanding the value of their IP online, because a lot of people don't realize that they build websites, they have fantastic websites, but as soon as they put them online, everybody can grab what they want from websites. And therefore, what we tend to do is a bit like a health check. We ask people when we're working with them to look at these questions, maybe a bit small for you, but I don't touch any other buttons now. But trademarks, do they know the value of their trademarks? Do they know their images can be taken? Do they know that they can validate? How do they validate their website? And more importantly, do you realize that over 95% of company websites, as Joris has just said, can be stolen? So, and this next slide here is an important one because people have no concept. If you're like Rolex watches, their value from their IP is like nearly 100%. Food and beverages, 81%. Fashion industry, where I come from, 77%. Obviously, if you're a waterboard company, 17%. It's not massive. The brand isn't particularly important. But across all sectors, so 46, nearly half of a company's value is based on its IP. So what we do is we've started a system which called Firm First. And the idea is you choose what level of protection you want on your website. We take this as our little storyline where you have a house, totally open plan garden, no protection on it whatsoever, none. And people can freely come and take what they want from your website. We then go to the next one where we just put a small picket fence around it, and a lot of people will step back and say, no, that is someone else's property. We then move to a higher level, a wall. And at this stage, it's harder to get into the website and take anything you want. And finally, this is our full blown version where we've got razor wire, alarm bells, etc. And now this is how we regard a Firm First. We have 4 or 5 levels of protection. Okay. I've just appeared on the screen. Thank you, whoever did that. So we move on to the next slide, and it is consumers need confidence. And this brings us back to trust. One of the 3 words: education, fake or real, trust. And the consumers are really very forgotten in all this. All the stuff we've been talking about so far is massively important in companies being, firewalls and ransomware. We're talking millions and millions of pounds. But just as important to a single person who may be on £10 an hour salary, and he gets scanned for £100, that's a whole day's work gone. So what is the problem here? The problem is, and it's this very first one here, biggest ever clampdown on fake drugs, goes back to 2012. Now, 8 years, we're no further on. All these headings here are exactly the same as they were 10 years ago, 8 years ago, 4 years ago. It's just that it happens all the time more. So we're trying to educate people. First of all, website owners. The amazing thing that we've found is that we've contacted certain people like BSI and ANSI, and they've said, well, why don't you make your own standard? Well, we're just a small country organization. Okay, we're based in Manchester, but we're a small private organization going out telling people they've got to protect stuff. And, to do a cyber website, there should be a cyber website standard out there. And number one is make sure your images, your content is not copyable. So next we look at who benefits from having a proactive solution like a Firm First. Well, first of all, at this point I've said there is no particular standard at the moment. So no one really knows what to do, how they're going to cover it. So if you're a stakeholder, shareholder, director, officers of a company, you're quite vulnerable. Technically, you're responsible for anything that is on your website. So if you make some effort to protect it by putting one of those layers of defense on it, then that gives you some cover. Secondly, the IP, whether it be a personal, international company, IP, anything can IP. You can be a one-person band just putting a picture on, that is your IP. You want to protect it up to a $1 billion turnover business. The third thing, which I've just spoken about, are the consumers, the public, the consumers, anybody who is visiting an online site. and offline. When we talk it offline, by the way, we talk it real life, because it's not cyber. Online is actually running through a computer, but a lot of these things run into everyday life. So we call that offline, but it is still cyber. So, and also an affected person who has bought a piece of equipment that is fake, is dangerous. Someone mentioned before death. Well, people have died from buying fake stuff. You look at not receiving anything at all, just have money taken out of your bank account. These people can go on social media now and really cause mayhem for brands. So we're saying, you know, think about it. This slide is really what the problem is. These are all trust marks. Sorry, I've gone too far. These are all trust marks, safe marks, which are all genuine, but these have all been just right-clicked and copied and put onto this slide. Whether you're gas safe, FSB, you name it, MasterCard, these are honest badges, safe marks, whatever you like to call them, but they are not online live, so you can just right-click and copy. The next slide I'm going to show you is certainly in the UK, and I imagine all over the world, the problem now is local authorities are having to provide services. In here, you've got drainage contractors, childcare. Are you going to send your child to a nursery? Do you trust them? Are they genuine? Do they have all the right accreditations? And it happens right the way through to tax credits, this type of situation. So approved contractors, how do you know they're approved? Do they have the right standards? Is their information up to date online? So we have a technology to control the validation trust mark. We can give control to brand owners to how long your logo is, how your logo is safe, how is it being used online. We can give a clear deterrent to stop people stealing your images. Plus also, as I say, you can control your own images online. I'm going to rush through this, but here's an example. Updating your master, you've got salespeople out there. Hello, sorry. Updating the master. What we have here is when you've got images out there, you want to send maybe price lists out to your guys. You don't want to be interfered with. It could be a new logo. You might have 10,000 people. If you've got these live links, you can, at a flick of a switch, knock off the old logo, and at a flick of the switch, bring on the new logo. So everybody's using the right logo. If you've got price lists and are affected by fluctuations in currency, you've got guys out on the road, maybe oil products, they can have the updated price list on their phone within one push of a button. So they're selling the right prices. The other thing, quality is consistent. It's a consistent quality, doesn't get degraded, and it's a proportional sizing is kept. So these are all the advantages. I know I'm selling a lot about Firm First, but the reality is that what we're trying to do is help people understand what they can do, and we would like to help them do that. Validation, we've spoken about. This is so important. We have a live link which goes out. So we might have this plumber. The plumber, he's a member of the Plumbing Society. He has a live button that you can click on, and it will come through to validate, which you have here. It's dated. You probably can't see it as it's not big enough, but that says the 3rd of October 2020. That's when we set this slide up. If you received something which said the 3rd of October 2020, you're going to say, well, today is the 15th of October. So something's not right here. That should set up a flag for you. This is a totally 360-degree situation where the button is pushed. It goes through to a system which will confirm, is that person a legal member of this group? Is it a genuine person? And you'll get back a tick that will say, yes, it is genuine, or no, a cross, or it isn't, whatever you want in your own livery. In actual fact, it then goes back to the original website. What I have here is just a quick thing to show you. This is an authentic site, Louis Vuitton handbag, $800, I think it's $800 on it. Sorry about it being small. I say you can have all these slides after anyway. That is a correct site. This one is a fake site. By the way, now it's only $200. So it's a great deal. So I'm really tempted by this. So I'm going to go and buy that bag for my wife, and I'm getting it really cheap. But then the truth comes in. This is a fake site. But what you have here to make me convinced I'm going to buy it, you have 3 trust marks, all genuine trust marks. Fine. But they've all been right-clicked and copied. So what you have is you have the perfect fake site people will take and go and buy, and they lose their money. Now, if these were live links, they would have to have a much better, the crooks would have to have a much better system to get into this, much better system, so they could even make their fake sites, their fake things, which is a massive job for them. And we know crooks are notoriously lazy, and they are notoriously don't want to get caught. So if they're going onto a site where they find there is some sort of defense, they will move away from that. So we also believe in QR codes. We believe in really different systems. QR codes, we work with a company from Israel, CryptoCodex. They are masters of 2D QR codes, incorruptible, 100% incorruptible. And this is where we take it offline. So we're not taking it offline away from cyber. What we're saying is we're taking it into the real world. Now here we have embedded into these QR codes, you could have all sorts of information. Let's go back to the poor old plumber. We'd have a picture of him. We have his picture of his van. We have a picture of his registration number. We have his VAT number. All this can be put into here. So much information can be put in that it can be used by local departments. Maybe this guy hasn't paid his tax, all that type of stuff. So utilizing these QR codes, but for the public, that van turns up at your house. You can view that QR code and all the information you've read online is correct. So from our point of view, looking at these QR codes, it's a wonderful thing. Also, QR codes can be used. They can reproduce documents, which we spoke about earlier. So this is our little own form of blockchain, really. So you can get details off here, geolocation as well. Then again, looking at using these codes, CryptoCodex stroke Affirm1st stroke GBP, all these uses here. And this is just a few examples from diamonds, right the way through. I've seen them actually, the QR codes put on eggs, even stamped onto eggs, so you can see the batch number, the date, etc. Then what is the use for anti-counterfeiting? Well, the government, needless to say, there's a wonderful, massive use there of using for government. And I should, next slide will show you some of those. For the people, again, which is my particular concern, you get what you pay for. It protects your health and finance, and it helps identity theft. And then obviously for business, serialization is massively important, and that's where it comes in. Just 3 or 4 to go. Protection, prevention, other communication strategies. This is, the gray market, track and trace, no extra cost. If you want to take the slides, there's a link here for you to have a go at, where you can actually make your own product up, and it has geolocation on it, and you can each time you press it, it creates a new code, so it can only be used once. And this is it's a good toy to have a play with. But and then we come to uses of these and visual. So the top one you probably can't see, it's so small. That is a tax invoice, where you can, again, using a blockchain, you can send stuff that cannot be corrupted. It's set in that QR code. This one is a good example here. It's an identity card. The little one at the bottom is actually the genuine one. The top one, all the same details, but if you click that, use that QR code, the lady's face has been changed. So that is where it's been forged. So it would come up as fake. And then other uses here, I'm sorry to have a peer at it because it's so small for me as well. You've got voting cards where it can only be used once. Obviously, very apt currently in America with what's going on over there. Fake potential voting scandals. Here you have a tourist card, car license, and birth certificate, just showing how it all goes together. So, and this is strengthen the, I just need to slide this down. Strengthen the connection. These systems control, protect, validate, and codes all add together to make a really strong solution that can give little brands, big brands, international brands. We feel that SMEs are the people who need the most support, the most help, and we offer these services. Lawyers can use this. If you're giving examples for us, if you're just registering a trademark, if you are setting up a new website, this could be utilized by everybody at a very competitive prices as well, depending on the usage. But the whole point is it's giving credence and support to these new brands. You can give your crown jewels away so easily. And I always think of the person who has been working in an office, helping set up the new design. He blurbs about it outside the office, he gets sacked immediately, gross misconduct. And yet the second the website goes online, everybody in the world can take it. And I'll finish here with something that came into me last night, which I thought, well, it couldn't have come at a better time. FBI, last night they posted on this, and it was sent on to me. So you see the 14th of October, unattributed entities register domain spoofing for US Census Bureau's websites likely for malicious use. It really encompasses everything that we've heard so far this morning from all of angles, is that the crooks are out there, and you couldn't have anything hotter news than this. We can't stop at a firm first. We can't stop a lot of things, but we can protect. We can help people protect and make them see that this isn't an easy pickup. So I've no idea how long I've had. It's been a great pleasure to have presented this, Kate, and to Ricardo and everybody else out there. And I just hope our little message has helped. And it goes back to education, fake or real, and trust.
Thank you so much, Mark. We really appreciate having you on today. Another great panel. Really interested in hearing about these scams that affect people day to day. I think that's so important. So we're moving on now to a new panel of experts to help us learn about emerging cyber threats as well as international cooperation around those threats.
One second, Kate. Mark, can you please remove the slide? Can you please close your slides?
Now I see it down there now.
Good.
There we go. Hello. All right. So we are, again, we're going to talk about emerging cyber threats and international cooperation around those threats. I'm very pleased to introduce Asher Ben-Arsi, a former director of Interpol and a current Cyberpol Israel director. I think that, oh, hello. Oh, I actually need to come out of here because I have my names up on my screen. 1 second. There we go. And we also have Dr. Herbert Nelson, board chair of the Crime and Security Committee Group, and the U.S. representative, International Cyber Policing Institute of Caribbean Studies in Washington, D.C. I hope I got that right. And Professor Amy Storer of Savannah State University and the Department of Homeland Security, a distinguished panel. Thank you so much, Mr. Ben-Arsi. Now to you.
Now can you hear me, correct?
Yes.
Kate?
Yes, I can hear you, and I can see your presentation as well as yourself.
Okay, and
Sounds
you can hear me, correct?
Yes, I can.
Okay, and okay, Kate, thank you for introducing me. As you can see all, my presentation is going to be about the present cyber threats. As you say, as you said, I retired from the Israel National Police, and my expertise was Interpol and international crimes. Now I have another kind of expertise of counterterrorism. I'm also a expert in one of the universities in Israel, the Institute for Counterterrorism. But I'm going to deal with the cyber threats and to say some words about our company, the IPSC, the International Police and the Security. Now, as you can see, okay, now the technology helped me, yes. As you can see, the more we develop in cyber field, the greater are the threats. And we should find solutions for these threats. This session is dealing in threats, and I want to present to you some new threats which we are facing now. New threats, but very dangerous ones. I want to present how can we fight these threats and expose them. Now, IPSC is actually Cyber Israel section. Our section of Cyberpol is very active, maybe the most active of all the sections of Cyberpol, of this organization. And I will show you immediately that very soon we are going to help President Baretsky to deal with the the International Cyber Treaty. I hope that we can help in this very, very important task. Now, I want to thank my friend, Mr. Martin Bar from I24 News, because he mentioned the explosion in Beirut. And in my presentation, I want to show it. Everyone can talk about the explosion and what happened. Everyone can talk that Israel was a suspect in the explosion, but nobody can prove it, and we can prove it. Very interesting item. In IPSC, we are dealing in cyber and digital investigations services. First of all, we are friends, we are members in the international digital internal affairs investigators. We are members in this organization, and we are going to help President Baretsky to connect the Cyberpol to this association. It's American association, and we are members in this association. We are dealing with digital corporate and the security investigations also, and internal defense investigations, which is very important in our days, because we are all the people in senior positions, we are under attack. We're under cyber attack, actually. I will talk about forensic video lab services, which we can deal with in the IPSC, in our company. When I'm talking about forensic services or video lab services, I'm talking about exposing forgery of video clips. I'm talking about analysis of video forgeries, which is very important these days. I'm talking about false editing of footage, of film, of videos. I'm talking about sorry, identification of license plate from CCTV footage, which we can make in our company in IPSC, because in many cases the CCTV doesn't give us a good photo of the license plate of the car which was involved in a crime. We can break it. We can read a good number from the license plate. We are dealing with analysis of criminal incidents. And believe me, we are good in our actions. I show you in the last slide, I was talking about the analysis of video forgery, but now I want to explain in details what is analysis of video forgery. When I say analysis, I mean to detect the deletion of the metadata from the video, from the film. I will explain in details in few minutes. Now I want just to give the list of what can we see in our investigation. Sorry. So deletion of the metadata, of the details, we can detect, we can analyze adding fake metadata. I'm talking about forgery of videos. We can see hide edit marks in the forgery, in the fake video, by changing the movie speed. Instead of 24 frames per second, they changed the movie speed, that they made the movie speed much quicker and made it 56 frames by second, so we cannot see the forgery. It's very difficult to see the forgery in such a speed. We can analyze this simulated files. We can see adding data. We can see planting parts in the fake video. We can see if there is or there was using special animation effect. By animation, they can create another reality. Another reality. It's very serious. Now, using rapid video recording to hide obvious signs of editing, this is all signs which we can detect in our digital investigation. Now, the investigation is very professional one, and only a special investigator can do it. Our expert is Mr. Alex Renev. Alex is a certified expert as digital forensic investigator, and this is the main issue of our work. The main issue is also expert witness, certified expert witness by our Ministry of Justice, and is certified arson investigator, so we can deal with it also. But the secret weapon of Alex is that he's the first Israeli open Asperger who works as a private investigator. And it gives, is much better than us in his qualifications. Okay, now, as I said, I thank to Martin Bar, who was talking about the explosion in Beirut. Just a minute, let me see if there is something that I can do here. Okay, yeah. Now it's better. The explosion in Beirut. Fake video can be very dangerous today, as I said in the beginning. August 4th, this year, a huge explosion in a Hezbollah warehouse in Beirut, in the port of Beirut, which destroyed the entire area. Now, we know that the explosion was caused by a technical problem of Hezbollah related to the storage of dangerous materials in the warehouse. But in the next day, a video appeared in the social media, video which clearly shows a missile hits the warehouse and blow it up. The video appeared in the social media, but the forgery was so brilliant that it misled the intelligence services in Europe. President Baretsky got the video from the from some intelligence services in Europe, and they told him the video is real. They were misled by the brilliant forgery, and he told me, take it and try to break it. If the video had continued to be published, the immediate suspect in such an explosion would have been the state of Israel, of course, because I don't know, I don't need to say more, but the immediate suspect was Israel. I want to show you okay, this is our report which we published. I want to show you the forgery. You can see the missile here. It goes down here, and it blew up the warehouse here. Complete forgery. Now, we made the digital forensic investigation. It's a very complicated investigation, very professional one, and we published a report. Well, this is a report. This is my introduction to the report. But the report itself is a very complicated one, very technical one. But the bottom line is very clear. Forgery, full forgery. We make the investigation it's a digital forensic investigation, and we can find the forgery in a special tool, Video Investigator. Here in this slide, you can see a screenshot which we make in this investigation, a professional program of metadata and geolocation. This is the metadata material which I'm talking about. I brought some slides to my presentation, and in this slide you can see the program show us that the details have been deleted and there is no camera metadata in this video. Here, if you can see here, it's empty. It's empty, but the forgery was so brilliant that the forger in another place in the video succeeded to write some fake data here, and the intelligence services were misled when they checked the video. The program shows that the details has been deleted and there is no camera metadata, totally empty. Now here we can see that the data has been deleted and there is no video creation date, no date. It's a complete forgery. In this slide, we can see that the video was presented in negative mode. The fake places, the planted missile appears in negative mode, not in positive. Now, our digital investigator made a division into frames. You have to understand, such an investigation is very complicated one, very long one, at least 4 or 5 days, and there are not many people in Israel who can do it. So, division into frames. You can see that the video was paused 6 times. In these places, they planted the missiles. Now I'm showing again the slide of analysis of video forgery. I show you in the beginning, but now you can understand what is deletion of metadata, what is adding fake metadata, how I can hide edit marks by duplicating sections and influence the video speed, and how can I add data and planting parts taken in previous events, and I will in the next slides I will show you planting parts taken in previous events. We published some reports. In the right, it's a report which we made after a digital forensic investigation in Israel. The language is Hebrew in this report. All of you heard that in the last few months we have very heavy demonstrations in Jerusalem, mainly against the prime minister. The police is very active in the demonstrations. That's why the police is a target of the demonstrators. And there are some anarchist organizations which attack the police. Attack, I mean, they make cyber bullying, cyber shaming. How? By faking videos of the demonstration. In the middle is a report. I will show you immediately what I'm talking about. In the middle, it's our report about the Spanish police in Barcelona. In 2017, you remember that there was a very big crisis in Spain, and huge demonstrations, and huge, very big riots in Barcelona. The Spanish police, the two organizations of the police, the National Police and the Guardia Civil, they were very active in these demonstrations. And again, immediately after the demonstration, you can find in the media, you can find fake videos which show the brutality of the Spanish police. They didn't know what to do, and they asked me, and we made a forensic investigation. I gave the report as a present to the Spanish police, and of course, the bottom line is totally forgery, fake video. Here is one slide from this report about the Spanish police. You can see that take a look the right photos and the left photos. In the right, you can see the pictures from, in the left, you can see the new pictures from the new demonstration in Barcelona, 2017. This is the left side. But our investigator found that these two photos were taken from another, an old, very old demonstration from 2011. And they duplicated these photos and planted it in the video of Barcelona, of the demonstration in Barcelona. Now you can see that the photos in the left are blurred, very blurred. The blurring of the and the green color in the film is evident. This is the evidence for the forgery. Now another item that our investigator found, the video of 2011 was shot on May, while 2017 video supposed to show the event from October. October is winter. So the season gap required the creators of the new video of Barcelona to make the change in exposure in order to present the impression of winter. And this is the green color.
1 minute left, Asher.
Sorry?
1 minute left.
Okay. Our model of work is a joint venture, joint team, sorry. A team which is supervised through management intelligence management. And we need specialists as intelligence manager and the special investigator because the cyber and digital crimes fall into the category of non-obvious crime. So only the intelligence and security specialist can detect and the signs of the crimes. Before I say thank you, I want to quote myself in one of our reports. A brilliant forgery. The forgery was brilliant. The forger was able to hide the forgery and misled the intelligence services by adding forged metadata in place of the deleted one. And this is a very clever forgery, and we know how to find it. Very fast conclusions. Fake videos became more dangerous than guns. Sorry, the forgery could be more lethal than weapons. Cyberbullying and cyber shaming has become tools used for revenge. We live it in Israel also. When governments and officials can be attacked by video forgeries, this is our job in Cyberpol to adjust and find a way to expose it.
Thank you so much, Asher.
I want to thank.
I will be doing the session for the introductions. Well done. For those who's watching internationally, Asher is the new head for Cyberpol Israel. He covers Israel and nearby regions. He was recently appointed. Brilliant work. We have covered some groundbreaking work over the last few months, and to prevent international incidences, like Asher just explained. Well done. Excellent. And we'll go on now to Dr. Nelson, Herbert Nelson, who is also a Cyberpol representative for United States. I will add to the spotlight here. And thank you, Asher. We will continue. So, Dr. Herbert, welcome to the Cyberpol Summit. Kate will be back to take the next session. Dr. Herbert is an extensive career with one of the agencies. He's experienced law enforcement, over 25 years of experience as an operative law enforcement officer. And he's currently with the Caribbean Institute. He's a strong fight in international crime. And he's the person I work with every day closely. We do very serious international organized crime investigations on our team. So Dr. Herbert, the floor is yours.
Thank you, President Boretsky. Good afternoon, and I'm Herb Nelson Jr., the USA and Caribbean Cyberpol Agency Policing Representative. I'm very grateful to President Boretsky for this opportunity, and I'd like to welcome all our friends out there in the cyber world. And if I should say so, the previous briefer is an example of what our technical folks in the Caribbean aspires to be. The slide that I'm looking at demonstrates the U.S. growth and cyber policing operators in the US. From the federal to state to local levels, there's a constant upliftment.
Sorry, Dr. Herbert, can you share your slide with the viewers?
Okay.
Yes, you can just share your slide on the screen.
Screen. See all slides, is that it? Hang on a second, let me get that.
Let's just share your screen at the bottom and you can put your slides on your screen.
Okay, I thought that was highlighted. Can you see it now? You're muted, Ricardo.
Yes, you can begin from beginning. Maybe press the beginning button on top left. Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
I've got to go back here a sec. From beginning. Okay, here we go. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm Herb Nelson, Jr., the USA and Caribbean Cyberpol Agency policing representative. I would like to thank President Boretsky for this opportunity to address and esteem his ex-team colleagues, or I should say our ex-team colleagues. And I welcome the opportunity to speak to all our friends out there in the cyber world. The US growth in cyber policing has been exponential. From the federal to state to local levels, it reflects determination to handle the various actors out there who put all our securities at risk. The private sector, in addition, also funds their own individual teams that are just as capable as some of the agencies that are named. The US represents perfection at its best, and the core of its services intersects to keep us all safe. It is unmatched. As you scan this slide, ask yourself what could possibly happen to make us here in the US feel unsafe. That is certainly a question that you're able to answer based on events over the past 20 years. In the Caribbean, the contrast here is shown, and it definitely reveals that we're in deep need of an overarching authority to give us as much help and assistance in putting together Security Operations Center and associated investigation teams, CERT teams, and others to cover the entire 15 to 20 nations involved in the CARICOM group of nations. Why cyber policing in the Caribbean? How important is the Caribbean to the rest of the world? Let me give you a couple of ways. Caribbean produced the Panama Papers, gave birth to the Cambridge Analytica team, and the Caribbean is home to the only Swiss-style banking institution worth billions of dollars located in the Cayman Islands. I said a couple, I actually gave you three. High cost to the US in the cyber arena. As you can see, what occurs every minute through phishing attacks, data breaches. These type attacks and breaches can kill small island programs and, in fact, small island budgets. You can see here over 60% of the businesses that experience a ransomware attack filed bankruptcy within 6 months. In this slide, I'd like to highlight only a couple items here in the interest of time. Email and online services, and I'd like to thank the Phishing Institute for this slide. And in the previous slide, the CERT team was as a gift from Google. But in this slide, email and online services are your main phishing targets. And we've seen those folks who are sitting at home, working from home. This percentage is probably higher because of those facts that folks are working from home with less security and have become objects of our highly skilled hackers. Financial institutions, banks, primarily in the Caribbean, are under steady attack. And the most interesting area for Caribbeanites, payment services, otherwise called remittances. In this area, Caribbean countries are very dependent on remittances, especially Haiti and Jamaica. I believe that Mexico has the highest amount of remittances coming out of the US, which is probably in excess of 10 billion. I know it's in excess of 10 billion. Caribbean projection. Here is a statistics as to what our office projects should be the cybersecurity strategy and aims to protect computer systems and the ever popular smartphones, PCs, and computer networks of the Caribbean. Data at rest, data in transit, they all are targeted, and their accuracy means that the information remains relevant. Confidential, the integrity is maintained. Organizational means I credit those organizations, those companies, those governments that put their money where their mouth is, that they in fact support through budgeting and training the development of their cybersecurity teams. Cyber improvement targeting. badly needed is cybercrime legislation. The areas that need addressing also includes the other types of crimes, fraud, and other crimes that are facilitated by use of cell phones, computers, tablets, worst of which is the distribution of child pornography. And the fact that the Caribbean now has a higher percentage of its children being abducted, being molested, and some of these pedophiles, which my friend Amy may be touching on, have to be taken care of by the HSI, DHS elements at the embassies of the Caribbean. How can Cyberpol help, and how can we secure operational control? Cyberpol has the ability to teach and develop methodologies whereby officers involved in organized fusion centers. And that simply means you're bringing a lot of skill sets together. Perhaps your police, your Coast Guard, your military intelligence, your police intelligence, and others under one umbrella to ensure that you have accurate assessments of actionable intelligence, or to determine if intelligence is actionable or not. Cyberpol can also ensure the training and organizing of CERT teams. And we have gotten calls from banks and from other financial institutions requesting assistance whenever there are attacks ongoing. I know in the past, in some Caribbean islands, their only source of assistance was asking the DHS cyber teams for deployment and to render assistance. Cyber policing training support. Cybercrime strategy has to have well-trained law enforcement officers to conduct investigations. And this is not a knock on them, but the fact is the speed at which cyber
1 minute, 2
have
minutes
been
to round
elevated.
up. Dr. Herbert, 2 minutes left, please.
Thank you. The
We're
speed
running
at
over.
which cyber crimes have been elevated, we find that additional training, and training especially with institutions like the Cyberpol Academy, will pay big dividends for the Caribbean. Key areas in need of assistance. Here are the facts. Organized crime, lone wolf and terrorist attacks do occur in the Caribbean. We had a situation where a police team went to check out an individual. Everyone walked inside, arms at the ready, and the individual, who was a former US Marine, took out the entire team. I'll let you peruse the rest of this in the interest of time. What damage has the Caribbean endured? We see here in 2016, where Jamaica suffered losses of over 100 million US, which could have crippled this budget. Jamaica has a newly established stock market that was attacked, which happens to be one of the most promising stock markets on the world stage. And we can extrapolate that since then, the fact that no one wants to report cybercrime in the Caribbean, it's very difficult to ascertain this real statistics. But we know ransomware, denial of service attacks, phishing has been your mainstream attacks that has crippled the Caribbean. The answer may lie with purple teaming, which consists of a red team and a blue team. The purposes of the red team and blue team are explained here, but the synergy when both teams come together and play war games, just as doing a command post exercise where the commander identifies the weaknesses of the staff to handle field issues. This is where the purple teaming concept can enhance the performance of your cybersecurity teams in the Caribbean. What are the best practices? As I just elaborated, support by Cyberpol and a future CSOC, Cybersecurity Operations Center, training counter-attacking teams to seek and destroy. In other words, look out on the horizon. I'm talking about white hat hackers that can be trained to see incoming attacks and destroy them before they can materialize. Radical action to limit those who would use social networks and the data to manipulate our youth. Close those sites when it's apparent that they're being radicalized, like the youth in Trinidad. Produce legislation in support of SOC fusion center expansions in CARICOM, and train individuals to handle vast amounts of data that we know that is produced from a SOC to the fusion center. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herbert.
Thank you so much, Dr. Herbert. Kate, I'm going to hand over back to you. Thank you so much, Amy, for waiting. The sessions will be a few minutes later than usually. We will run roughly 10 minutes over for each session to facilitate. Kate can introduce Amy Storer next. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Professor Amy Storer, as with Savannah State University in the Department of Homeland Security. To reiterate, thank you, Professor Storer, for your patience. We'll probably go 10 minutes over 3 o'clock, I would.
Herbert, Dr. Herbert, can you please just stop your share, please?
Okay,
Thank you.
Here we go.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Okay. Amy, we will add you to the spotlight. You're up next, Amy. Can you hear?
She's muted.
You must
Sure, you
unmute.
are unmuting, Amy.
Yes.
Oh, there we go.
Good.
Perfect.
Okay, you ready to go, Amy? I don't think we can hear Amy.
Amy, I don't think we can hear you. You might just need to turn your mic volume up. I think I can just barely make it out.
Yeah, I think there's a problem with Amy's technical connection.
Amy? Amy, I'm sorry, you may need to exit and reconnect because your volume is not coming on and we can't hear you. Do you want to try that? All right, Ricardo, do you want, are you able, is anybody else able to hear?
Now,
Okay.
yes.
I think she might not be able to hear us as well, so.
We can hear you
yes,
now.
Oh, there she is, okay.
Good. Good, Amy, you're live.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
You can hear me now?
Now we can hear you, yes, yes, wonderful.
Please go ahead.
It looks like the sound is out again.
From Cyberpol,
There you go.
from Homeland Security Investigations, and I'm so grateful to Ricardo and his incredible team at Cyberpol for inviting me to speak today at this incredible summit. And so my background is I work for Homeland Security Investigations in Savannah, Georgia, where I'm based. But I consider myself a global representative, and I speak today as a human citizen who is really passionate about these incredible topics of the terrifying crimes of human slavery and child exploitation, which is the main two cases, the two types of crimes that I work at Homeland Security Investigations. I'm really honored to be interacting and involved with the Cyberpol team, and I believe that global crimes require global solutions. And I love the aggressive mindset that Ricardo and the Cyberpol force have, and their ideas going forward to be a global force for good. And in these times that we're dealing with, we have the highest rate of human slavery globally, and COVID has not helped that one bit. The rate of slavery continues to grow throughout the world. It is the fastest growing crime across the globe and in all 50 states in America. I'm very proud to be an American, but one of the things that I'm very, very ashamed about is the fact that the United States of America is the top producer of child sex abuse material. And unfortunately, we are also one of the top 3 nations in the world, according to 2020 statistics, for nation of origin of human slaves. And we are up there with the Philippines and Mexico in that statistic. We are the land of the free, but unfortunately, this crime has perpetuated into an atrocity that requires a global solution. I remember my first time working at Homeland Security when I found out about Homeland Security, and I was new and I was very young in my career, and I learned about the cyber center that we have at Homeland Security. And I very perhaps naively asked my colleague, what defines a cyber case? Are not all cases cyber to some degree?
Just 1 second, Amy. Do you mind put your slide on, because we can't see your slides.
And so when we're dealing with these cases, we're talking about global enterprises. And so unfortunately, for the worst child predators and the worst, violent child sex abusers, the internet gives them a place where they can do that, and they can also very disgustingly and very disturbingly find themselves very eerily and disgustingly accepted by a group of other disgusting child abusers. And so my goal is we need tougher legislation, but we also need a global force to really fight the incredible magnitude of this crime. And unfortunately, the trend for child exploitation is not just the child sex abuse any longer. These people are violent. There is a lot of violence involved. Child genital mutilation, very, very disturbing. I was a very new employee at Homeland Security. I was very young, maybe about 20, 21, 22 at the time. And I received a call from a man who works at Interpol, and the world brings passionate people together, and I was grateful to be connected with him. And he asked me very frantically, he said, we need help big time. He says, we have one of the worst child exploitation cases right now going on. And he said, I really need your help. It's a big cyber case. I told him I'm very brand new. I would love to help. I'm all in. I will do anything I can. But I explained to him, I'm very new. I'm not sure I have the skills that, are required. And he said, it's very simple, Amy, what you have to do. He says, I'll explain to you how you're going to get into this room. And all we need is somebody to take screenshots of all of the abusive material that's coming into this box. And it disappears very quickly. So you have to be very quick to take these screenshots. And task of my entire career to this day. And I will never, ever forget some of the horrific things that I saw in that child sex torture chamber room. And from that point on, it became my life goal to identify these victims and to put these terrible people behind bars. I don't care where they are in the world, but that is my ultimate goal. And there are monsters among us doing sick things to children. And so we ended up having a very successful outcome for that case. But to this day, I really, it really made me quickly realize what is going on and how terrible this crime can be and how many victims are involved. And unfortunately for me, I realized that there are not enough prisons in the world. There are not enough prisons in this country. And the big problem with human slavery is the low conviction rate. Okay, so over the last 5 years, the United Nations has found for human slavery that the conviction rate has dropped 25% over the last 5 years. Now, that 25% drop in conviction rate across Europe for human traffickers is very disturbing and frustrating when you pair that with the fact that 40% more victims have been identified of human slavery within that same time period. So we have a lot of issues and a lot of problems coming together that we need to really join forces with. I remember making, at one point in my career, I had to add somebody on Facebook, right? And I needed to get some content from his Facebook page. It was, of course, private. So I wanted to make a fake account so that he would add me back. And so he was a child predator. And so I made an account of a child who was looking about 10 years old. I made it look kind of believable and a few pictures, right? So, of course, this man added me back and I was able to get the information I needed from his profile. And I went on with my Approximately 1 month later, I had to log back into that account to do the same thing with another predator and to try to get them to add me so I could get information on their account. And to this day, it was the most shocking day of my life because I logged into this Facebook account that I had only made a month prior. And I had over 100 men adding me and sending me very disturbing messages across the country and across the world. It is overwhelming the amount of child predators we have. And, I want to get every single one that I can. And I want a global partnership that we can do this. And recently I started doing some dark web investigations in the child sex predator tours. A lot of my colleagues are really very disgusted by these videos, as am I, but a lot of people cannot even handle going into these websites because the content is so grotesque. However, for me, it is the most motivating thing in the world to find these victims and to help them and to put these people behind bars. I really am overwhelmed with the volume of caseloads, and we need all the help we can get. And really, that's why I'm very excited about the partnerships with Cyberpol and other organizations who want to take an aggressive approach to this. People come to me with all kinds of incredible information. I actually have over 1,000 Bitcoin cryptocurrency wallet numbers that have been retrieved from these red rooms, these violent rooms where they have contests to possibly kill children, where they have very disgusting, the worst of the worst. And a cyber cryptocurrency company gave those numbers to us. But we have no way of knowing where they are. We have a very hard possibility of figuring out how to identify them. And we really need all the help we can get in terms of many times we find these targets and we don't know where they are globally. And sometimes it haunts me to this day when I find targets that are identifying themselves on the dark web, and I have an email, I have a phone number, I have something that we can subpoena. Okay, but the problem is, on the dark web, I do not know their jurisdiction. I do not know if they're in Georgia, or I don't know if they're in New York. I don't know if they are in Russia. Okay, and the problem for me is I want to identify them, and I believe that we must identify them, at least send a subpoena. But I cannot get a prosecutor or an agent on board to even allow me to send a basic subpoena, because unfortunately, all of these cyber companies, including Facebook, and every single one of them requires a non-disclosure order from a judge as well as a subpoena. And the bureaucratic requirements that are placed upon us in these legal means have really caused a lot of problems, because I could instantly issue a subpoena and find out, at least find out where this person is, so I can send that lead to whoever it needs to go to, right? But unfortunately, that has changed in this country, and privacy is winning against security, in my opinion. Okay, I'm speaking as my own opinion on the matter. But for me, I remember a time when we could send a subpoena to Facebook, to any company, and if it was child exploitation, we would not need a non-disclosure order from the judge, which takes a lot of time, which takes a lot of different signatures to do. And also, it is taking time when victims are getting actively abused that we need immediate assistance. So for me, I could see Cyberpol or an organization of that regard to help us find these targets and identify them when we do not have a jurisdiction for them, when we don't know where they are, but we know they are a major threat to the world and to global security. And so some of the things that I wanted to discuss today, some of the legal highlights that are going on in America that I think are important for us to cover. One of the big things that I think is very important for us is to seize assets. And that is a big deal because, unfortunately, well, for the human trafficking side, human traffickers are not deterred by prison. We have proven that time and time again when you look at, unfortunately, the low conviction rates globally. And also in the United States, they actually did a study, and it is human trafficking is the lowest percent chance of going to prison once you're indicted. Statewide, 16%. By the time that a trafficker is arrested, there's about a 16% statewide on average that they will actually go to prison for their crime. And unfortunately, the federal level is not much better, maybe about 30% on the studies that I have found. There are a lot of reasons for that, a lot of legal issues that are a huge problem. and one of which are the victims are scared to testify, and they are afraid of their trafficker, and they do not want to testify, or they don't see themselves as victims, and we lose the case, or we don't have enough to move forward. So when I'm talking about different assets that we can seize in the cyber world, I think it's very important that the government declare these objects more swiftly as guilty. These are the objects in asset forfeiture that criminals are using to carry out their crime. Whether that be a house that they're housing the victims, whether that be a car that they're transporting them, we need to seize these objects as soon as possible to thwart that enterprise and to prevent more victims from being brought into this industry. The human trafficking world is generating $150 billion annually. This is a huge asset forfeiture opportunity for us, that we could buy new resources, that we could actually have a better ability to fight crime. That money will go back to the victims and also to law enforcement to fight these crimes. One slave will net a trafficker $250,000 annually. The human trafficking organizations that I investigate typically have about 5 slaves. That's because that's the right amount that they can control and manipulate. They put them on drugs. Drugs is a big way that they are controlling the victims, with debt bondage to pay for their drug addiction, with drugs to control their movement and to mentally control them. But about $1 million a slave owner can make per year with just about 4 or 5 slaves. Unfortunately, the age level of human trafficking victims is going lower and lower. We're seeing a lot more children become victims in this crime. One of the first child exploitation cases that I worked, we kind of thought that it was just a regular child exploitation isolated incident. However, you always have to follow the money in any investigation. So I decided I need to really get this man's financials, and I received the information back from the banks, and what I saw was pretty horrifying. Immediately, my heart sank when I saw those records, because I very quickly identified this was not just a child exploitation situation. This was a child sex trafficking enterprise. I saw very high amounts of high peer-to-peer transactions with many male buyers, okay, going back to this man. Unfortunately, that information, we ended up finding out that this man was not only exploiting his own child, his son was unfortunately a disabled child. He was also selling that child for a grand total of $20 to all these different men to have sex with, his poor disabled son. Anyway, I'm very passionate about this. I think that we need more people involved. I think people don't understand. I don't think these companies, I wish Facebook could come back into my lab and see what we're doing and see these child sex torture chambers. I wish every corporate executive in America could see what's going on, and maybe they would respond quicker to our responses. Maybe they would actually want to help us without all of these mundane requirements. One of my first day actually was my exact first day on the job at Homeland Security Investigations, and I actually moved down here from Washington, D.C., because in D.C. I was doing all counterterrorism work. I had never worked human trafficking or child exploitation until I moved here really about 5 years ago, and it's become my passion ever since. And when I was when I first got down here, my first day, I did not even have a computer. You know how the government can, it takes time to get all your resources and your station set up. And I remember I asked my boss, I said, well, what's the biggest case we have right now in Savannah? And he told me, well, we have a human trafficking case that involves this gang member. And gang members today are actually human traffickers, by the way. Really, that's how they're making their money. But he said we have a gang member who killed one of the victims on this human trafficking case. He dumped all of his phones. He's at large. We no longer know where he is, but we think he might be in California. And I said, that's interesting. What's his date of birth? So he gave me that information, and I sat down in my empty cubicle, and I don't know what possessed me to do it, but I made a phone call to Delta Airlines, and I said, you know, we have a murder here. We have a child. We have a human trafficking case, and this victim has been murdered. We need to know. I have a feeling this man is traveling back to Savannah, Georgia today. Is that the case? And I never have this kind of luck again. Okay, but somehow this person, I had no subpoena. I had nothing. I told him systems are down. I need this information as soon as possible. And somehow this person tells me, yes, you know what? Actually, he's traveling back to Savannah, Georgia today. He's coming from LAX airport. He'll be there in 2 hours. And I went back to my boss and I said, I found Jackson. I know where he's at, and he's going to be here in 2 hours. And my boss looked at me like I had two heads, or I was crazy, or how did I know that? And I said, you know, I just called. I just got lucky. And sometimes you get lucky like that. But unfortunately,
sorry to interrupt you, Amy. Sorry to interrupt you.
Industry cares and want to help us, far and few in between. And you know, my first day on the job, I must have got lucky there. But I wish that there were more examples like that where industry would actually help us. Okay, we're not out there looking into people's phones for no reason. We're not out there. You know, it takes a mountain of evidence for me to get a search warrant. It is unbelievable. The bar keeps getting higher and higher and higher on the requirements. And unfortunately, I think that
sorry, Kate. We are running short of time.
Of course. Amy, can you hear?
She can't hear. There's a technical problem, so that is why we made the replacement.
Okay.
There's a technical problem here. So can you continue? And I'm gonna get hold of Amy so we can bring her on later.
Okay, great. Well, that was a
yes,
very heartbreaking, very moving and urgent panel. I'm so glad we got to hear from all of you, and I think that we all learned a lot today. And thank you, Professor Storr, and to all of you for your really important, really difficult work. We really appreciate you. So with that, we are going to move on to our next panel, which I think will have a couple of similar themes. Specifically, what does the private sector, whether it's a technology company or other companies, what do they have that governments don't? What are their solutions that can help us all? How do we work together better? For that, we will go to Christopher Salgado, former managing investigator at Facebook and a global cyber and physical security consultant. We also have Dusan Kozusnik, founder and CEO of the crime-fighting software maker Compulson and Mobile Edit, and Maya Horowitz, director of threat intelligence.
Sorry, Kate, that is session 7. We are at session 6 now.
Am I reading the wrong one? I'm so sorry, Ricardo. And everybody.
All good.
Okay, I apologize for that. Well, now you have a preview of what's coming up in another hour, so you'll have to stay on. So I do appreciate that. So our guests right now are actually going to be talking about public-private partnerships, very similar topic. Santiago Carrasco Scherer is the CEO and founder of Strategy Beyond Markets. Alex Trapton is a director at Pinkerton in the corporate risk management practice, and Dr. Carlos Estrada is the computer forensic and incident response consultant at Vestiga Consultores. To you, Santiago. Thank you.
Thank you, Kate. Can everyone hear me well?
The technician can see you and hear you. Just a bad screen on your side. You sort of dark in the side, but we can hear you.
Okay, just 1 second until I can project the presentation.
Maybe sit a little bit closer to the the screen, if that's possible. Okay, it's a really dark screen. Yes.
It's better.
That's better for sound, but not so good for the screen. That looks a bit better, but you're disappearing there for a second.
I think it's better, right?
That's a bit better, yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I'm trying to upload.
You are live, please. So go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Is anyone seeing my presentation at the moment?
We will switch it on for you.
Okay.
There it is. You can share your presentation. Go ahead.
Thank you, everyone. So I'm gonna be the opener speaker at session 6, which is regarding the topic of identifying, assessing, analyzing, and prioritizing emergency cyber threats. And the focus of this session, it is going to be on how can we boost the public-private partnerships to do a successful integration across all critical asset levels. This is the structure of my presentation. I'm just gonna go over the acknowledgements and skip my brief intro, which has already been done by Kate. I really wanna thank and appreciate all the effort put by the organizers, the participants, and the host, and in particular to mention President Ricardo Barón Baretsky, and as well, my dear friend Henry David, for all the kind and honor to invite me. Well, pretty much the case I want to share with you all is about a Mexico scenario with the United States, Mexico, and Canada free trade agreement, and how is this important to the public-private partnerships. And to begin, I will give just a Mexico scenario context about how we are right now. So we're talking about North America, Mexico with a population of 130 million. This is the 50th largest economy in the world. 89 million internet users by January 2020 in Mexico. 70% of social media penetration by January 2020. And 114.3 million mobile connections as well by January 2020. Mexico ranks as the second country in Latin America with the largest increase of cyber attacks. Public critical infrastructure has been already compromised, such as the central bank, the state oil company Pemex, and the economy ministry, as well many other government ministries. Mexico, unfortunately, at the moment, do not have a legislation that is updated with the dynamics and threatening cyber landscape. On the private arena, companies in almost every sector had been compromised too, and we can go all the way from tomato producers to auto manufacturing, banking, mining, airlines, hospitals, and ATMs. In Mexico, public and private institutions have failed to take adequate steps to prevent cyber attacks. The present scenario for Mexico is, to say the least, delicate. The federal government has shown poor interest on cyberspace, and its national security strategy do not consider a clear and operable cyber strategy security. In fact, the dimension of the issue of the threat is inexistent. Nevertheless, this unfortunate situation is not exclusive of the public institutions. Regarding private institutions, 87% of companies based in Mexico have suffered any kind of cyber attack. The lack of a cybersecurity culture is perhaps the most worrying among everything that is going on right now in Mexico. So in regards to the United States and Mexico and Canada Free Trade Agreement case, on this July the 1st, we renew the Free Trade Agreement, and it entered in operations. And this is the most important economic agreement in the American continent. More than an economic agreement, it represents a long-term regional alliance that should be kept safe from all hostile states, terrorist groups, and non-state actors that try to harm democratic values and open markets. 82% of Mexico's exports by value were delivered to North American countries, while 5.5 were sold to importers in Asia, and only 5.3 were goods to Europe. The rest, 4.6, were shipped to Latin America. A clear bet for the long term with US and Canada as a commercial partner, but also as a regional that supports, promotes, and defends democratic values. Therefore, we have to partner as well in those fronts that could threaten our economic and sovereignty beliefs. Cyber attacks at the moment represent a major threat and will for sure jeopardize the operational continuity of the critical infrastructure of private and public institutions with the specific objective of diminish the free trade agreement. And we pretty much know about those hostile nations that will try and actually are at the moment delivering attacks with the only benefit of interrupting the operation, stealing information, spreading misinformation, and spying on strategic market developments and innovations. So what does the Free Trade Agreement Cybersecurity Chapter is considering? At the moment, we can say that it's pretty weak. It is not a chapter that we can actually think it will stood up towards the threats that we are facing. But there's one thing that it might be really important and opens and space for the public-private partnerships to empower. And this is the mechanism of collaboration and cooperation between government and private institutions. These articles present the opportunity to keep on working and develop the private partnerships that Mexico needs. The US have done an outstanding job on building the public-private partnerships capabilities we need within its nation and the private sector. Now, Mexico has to overcome the lost time and the lack of dimension the government is showing to the cyberspace in general. In order to accomplish this task, the private sector will have to stood up. So right now we are looking at some infographics that can pretty much tell you what is the trade looking at the moment between these three nations and how important this has it been for the private sector, which obviously is under threat by a hostile nation and non-state actors that will try and actually are at the moment delivering cyber attacks to stop the continuity of operation and steal information. One of the things that is really important to acknowledge is that the driving force for creating a PPP, it's pretty much on the economic side of the interest. So we, at the moment in Mexico, cannot be more interested to develop these PPPs with the US and Mexico since we have such an amazing and important free trade agreement. General Paul M. Nakasone, commander of the US Cyber Command and director of the National Security Agency and chief of the Central Security Services, shared insights that were published as a collaboration with Foreign Affairs magazine on August 25 of this year, which I strongly think are important to share. He said, the aim was to develop a new, more proactive strategy to counter intelligence threats, an evolution for the past 10 years from a reactive strategy defensive posture to a more effective proactive posture called persistent engagement. These proactive defensive measures have provided an essential boost to our cybersecurity, but they are insufficient in the evolving threat environment. We have learned that we also have to defend forward. Therefore, it's crucial to commit to work with the private sector to harness emerging technologies, amplify the strategic technological side, pursuing public-private partnerships, but also working along with academia and all levels. It is about to develop a cybersecurity culture. As we already mentioned, Mexico has a long way to go regarding the protection of critical assets at all levels in the cyberspace. We have to understand that this is a national security matter and has to be addressed, as said by the Mexican government, and to be joined by the private sector. Our regional commerce, democratic values, and regional power in the world will be tested. PPPs are a great way to add capabilities and resilience to the cyber attacks. On my final thoughts, I would like to share that cybersecurity threats will continue to evolve. PPPs will boost our capabilities to meet them. National cybersecurity strategies have to be aligned. Public sector, private sector, intelligence, academia, military, and diplomacy in order to build coalitions that can cultivate a culture of accountability in cyberspace. On regards to Mexico, we urgently need to work on coordinated mechanisms to develop cyber emergency response teams, computer security incident response teams, cybersecurity special teams, particularly for the trade, and cybersecurity commissions in Congress to advance up data regulatory. Cyberpol represents a really important opportunity to join the effort to build and to promote policies that can boost the PPPs in Mexico. This is an infographic of how it might be looking the process of working on PPPs. And my closing mentions, it'll be first to congratulate everyone, particularly the Cyberpol team for the first virtual international cybersecurity summit with this great initiative to promote the critical importance of developing a culture of cybersecurity in which democratic values can be promoted and defended towards of those who strive to attack critical infrastructure. Assuming that governments can deal with the challenge by themselves will only make us more fragile. We have to address this new reality in an aligned way. Together, the public and the private institutions can develop policies, invest in research, technology, and innovation, as well to pursue on the passionate and committed efforts to develop a resilient and persistent culture of cybersecurity. Many thanks to everyone who made this great summit possible. Kate, I would like to be back and hear if there's any Q&A.
Okay, great. We'll have a really wonderful Q&A at the end of this conference, so please do stick around if you're enjoying what you're seeing so far and want to ask some of our panelists questions. Now we'll turn to Alex Trapton, Director in Pinkerton's Corporate Risk Management Practice. Alex, I'm passing the bar to you. Thank you.
How are you? I'm going to try to share my screen here, so hopefully you guys can see it. How does that look? Successful?
Everything is successful from technical side.
Yes, hear you and see your slides.
Thank you, guys. So I want to take a little different angle today and talk about how we speak about cybersecurity in the private sector as a demonstration of value. So not necessarily as a cost or a risk mitigation strategy, but actually as a strategy to generate cash flow for companies. I think it's important in the private sector or cybersecurity professionals to be able to articulate this to business leaders, but also in the public-private partnerships, how we can speak to business leaders and secure support by demonstrating actual value for the company at the bottom line. So I'll go through a quick introduction. I'll talk about some threats generally in the private sector. I'm going to go through 3 case studies that are instructive and informative, not meant to be accusations or reprobations of these companies. And then I'll actually take you through a financial model that shows how cybersecurity can return cash flow to the bottom line for both private and publicly traded companies. And then I guess we'll do the Q&A at the end of the session. So I'm going to do a quick, maybe 30,000-foot view of private sector threats, kind of as I see them, and what the impending doom is when it comes to these. So let's look at these axes here. So really, we have broken it down into 4 segments. We have unintentional threats that come internal or external, and we have malicious threats, things that are intentional, that are internal and external threats. Some quick categories here in the external threats: vendor errors, disasters. Internal threats, your IT team makes a mistake, socially engineered attacks. The internal Malicious threats, revenge and vandalism are things we've seen. And then, of course, the external threats that are really our focus a lot of the time in cybersecurity, DDoS, and probably the most prevalent now in the private sector, ransomware. Certainly, as technology develops, artificial intelligence is going to accelerate those external threats. So we're really at the beginning of a much more robust threat environment, probably in the private sector as well as the public sector. In 2019, the World Economic Forum ranked cyber and data theft as number 4 and 5 in the global threat index as threats to the economy. And you can see all of the ones above that are climate related. So after climate, technology risk is probably the biggest risk to our economy. And I think people in the private sector understand that. So cybersecurity in the private sector exists in this ecosystem of enterprise risk management, right? So in the private sector, we're managing all these risks to our business, all the risks to our cash flow, all the risks to the value we're going to create for shareholders and our capital providers. Cybersecurity is one element of enterprise risk management. And there's essentially 3 types of risk. Risk that can damage our business, stopping us from functioning as a business, doing what we do, whether that's creating widgets or managing data or building cloud, doesn't matter. The second type is legal and litigation risk. There's a great deal of new legal frameworks out there, GDPR being a great example, where in the private sector, we're required to comply. Failure to comply, failure to secure data, critical assets, protecting the confidentiality, the integrity and availability of that data, right? The CIA triad, failing to do that can bring on us legal and litigation problems, okay? So, and we'll see that in some of the case studies here shortly. And reputational damage. If we fail to protect our data, our consumers' data, right? Our customer data, our employee data, the damage from that failure can harm the reputation of the company irreparably, okay? And there's only 3 ways we can approach these risks. The first is we accept it. It's the cost of doing business. If I serve all 50 states in my business and I have business interests in Florida, there's a hurricane risk there. We're not going to not do business in Florida. It's too big of a market just because there might be hurricanes, okay? We can transfer that risk. And again, hurricanes are a great analogy. We can buy insurance, right? We can retrofit buildings. There's a lot of things we can do transferring that risk. We can limit risk in our service level agreements with vendors. So accepting the risk is one way, transferring it, right? Putting that onto an insurance company, and mitigating risk. So that's where enterprise risk management comes in and cybersecurity comes in, is we're going to go in and mitigate that risk and build a strategy to prevent attacks and to recover from those attacks. We'll go through the case studies now. Okay, so I've got 3 that I think should be instructive about how we should view cybersecurity in the private sector. It's a little different than the public sector. Yahoo is my first example, a great example of reputational harm. Advanced persistent threat successfully breached Yahoo. The realization evolved that this wasn't 500 million users, it was 3 billion that were compromised in the end. And the material damage wasn't necessarily to Yahoo's ability to carry out its business operations. It was that the price that Verizon paid in its purchase of Yahoo dropped by $350 million. So the failure here wasn't just cybersecurity, it was a failure of the executive suite to protect the interests of their shareholders. The reasons for this were people weren't listening to the cybersecurity experts that reported to the board that this was a toxic environment, and there was big churn in the IT department, CISO coming and going. When the attack happened, they learned about it in 2014. It took them 2 years to disclose this. So the people they needed to report to, the authorities, right? This is an advanced persistent threat, a state actor. They didn't report to the authorities necessarily in a timely fashion, to the shareholders or to their customers. And this incurred a pretty serious reputational damage. There is ongoing lawsuits for some time from both customers and shareholders. This is expensive to litigate. And the purchase price was lowered by Verizon. So that role of the CEO to deliver value, to return cash, to do all those things for their shareholders, it wasn't done to the extent that it should be, and it cost the CEO her job. The second case study I want to look at, this is a really important one for aligning business interests internally in a company to prioritize cybersecurity. And this is Maersk, a global shipping company, and they were hit with a Russian virus. Ransomware, they demanded Bitcoin ransom, pretty standard. The IT department reacted quickly. They disconnected everything from the servers, affected all of their offices. They got a company in to manage the disaster recovery. And they luckily were able to restore their systems after they imaged a server in Ghana that had been disconnected from their network. So the IT department knew what was going on. They knew that they were running Windows 2000, which wasn't supported on their servers. They went to the leadership. Leadership said, okay, let's update. Okay, so we have alignment of IT and leadership. The problem was the key performance indicators for the IT department, they didn't include this update. So what that meant was no one in the IT department at the leadership level would receive a bonus for achieving this. So they prioritized what would be incentivized for them. So the fact that we knew what the problem was and agreed to fix it still wasn't enough because of the attachment of value to that solution. It cost them about $250, $300 million in disaster recovery, not counting ongoing issues and ongoing costs, and damaged the global supply chain irreparably. The last one is an Australian example, Toll. And I don't know if you guys have read about this. This is pretty recent. In the course of about 8 months, they were hit with 2 different types of malware. First time it took them about 6 weeks to recover. And after all of this, they started designing and building a cyber resilience as a core business strategy. And so I want to kind of illustrate what this is a third example, which is slightly different than the first two, of what was going on in the private sector, right? And the business strategy, and how cybersecurity and the information technology department weren't able to support that. Toll had a very strong merger and acquisition plan. And that was to grow, instead of by growing their core businesses, was to acquire other peripheral businesses. Okay, so the M&A strategy, acquiring these businesses rapidly, led to poor integration of those IT systems. So not only were the IT systems not necessarily talking to each other, sometimes they were, and one was more secure than the other. And there wasn't an enterprise information security policy, EISP, in the private sector to integrate those different systems, right? And that created the greater attack surface, and it created the opportunity for attackers. And that's essentially what happened. But the cost here is a little more distributed. There was major reputational damage and customer data released on the dark web. Response was major reorganization in the IT department, but Japan Post had just purchased Toll for $6.5 billion. This was their window, their conduit into the global logistics market. The cost of this in terms of reputational damage meant Japan Post had to sell Toll and lost almost all of their capital that they invested. So Toll had a loss, but also the company that had just purchased them threw away multi-billion-dollar investment. So the consequences in the private sector are often viewed in financial terms because of our responsibility to shareholders and owners to deliver value and to protect assets and protect value. So I want to take you guys through just a few slides on how we demonstrate cybersecurity as a value proposition. So it's not enough to go in with doom and gloom stories to scare executives. It's not an effective way of securing budget during capital expenditure planning when we set out what we're going to spend in the enterprise. Okay, so I'm going to actually demonstrate how cybersecurity goes beyond preventing damage and goes into creating cash flow for a company, which is the gold standard in finance for success, basically. So first, the difference between accounting and finance. Accounting really tells us what something's worth today: assets, liabilities, bottom line. Finance looks forward. What is something going to be worth in the future, but valued in today's dollars so I can have an accurate comparison? So in that sense, cybersecurity is a cost in accounting. We're going to spend money on a program, and it's going to be a liability on our balance sheet, right? So it looks like, wow, this is draining cash from our business. Is it something we want to invest in? But really, cybersecurity is an investment in the future, in mitigating damage, but also building trust and creating that invisible asset when a company's purchased on their balance sheet known as goodwill, right? Creating that goodwill value, which is a very difficult to quantify value on an income statement. So this is what cybersecurity is doing. It's creating value, right? And pushing those cash flows, those returns out into the future. So Accenture delivered a great study on trust. They had a trust index and a competitive agility index, which showed where trust created value in the private sector. If you see here, the key elements were the trust in the company, its ability to grow, and its ability to grow profitably. Risks to trust. Fraud was a very common one in 2017, and cyber incident, right? The two things we looked at in our World Economic Forum ranking. 2/3 of the industries experienced a material drop in trust, okay, in the trust index. What did that mean? In a $30 billion retail company, they stood to lose $4 billion in revenue. So it's a pretty serious threat. Check the chat here. Okay. A pretty serious threat to company profits. So the gold standard in finance is EBITDA. We want to drive EBITDA, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, cash flow. This is when we look at a company in a capital market, how we want to invest in it. It returns good cash flow, it returns value. That's something we want to invest in. Lower trust means lower EBITDA. This is a very pretty well demonstrated correlation. So managing your reputation as a company, cybersecurity is ever more a bigger piece of this because, right, that trust index. So not just that, but the increase in data as a commodity and the increase in risk of cyber attack. So publicly traded companies face two trust risks. They face a consumer trust risk, right? Are my clients, are my customers trusting me with their data, with their information, with their credit card numbers, right? This is a key element. And also, am I demonstrating trust to investors in capital markets? Because I have to compete in two markets. I've got to compete for revenue share in the market of the consumer market, and I've got to compete for investment in the equity market so I can fund my company effectively without taking on a ton of debt. Okay, so trust plays in both those markets, and cybersecurity drives both of those avenues of trust. I want to give you a case study of how we demonstrate return on investment in the private sector. Verizon did a quick workshop study on this in a putative company of 5,000 people and how security training can return immediate value in ROI. The IT department conducts a simulated phishing attack to see who, right, is going to click on a malicious link. 30% susceptibility rate means 3 in 10 people clicked on this malicious URL. The average $500 an hour for disaster recovery incident response led to a cost of $225,000, more or less. Instituting a security education training and awareness program costs $100,000 every year recurring. So every year we're going to spend 100 grand to fight this susceptibility risk. This drops the susceptibility rate to 5%. Okay, it drops our cost from $225,000 to $37,000. Okay, so that's a gain of $188,000, right? So that's a gain to the bottom line, to cash flow. So this isn't a theoretical gain. It's not a deferred gain. This is immediate cash flow generation, right, on the bottom line for a company. So ROI is a simple, very simple calculation, delivered as a ratio. Gain from an investment minus your cost of investment divided by the cost of investment. So in this putative case, we have an 88% return on investment in an awareness training program, right? Just to reduce the likelihood of social engineering attacks. So what we're demonstrating to leadership is not only are we protecting the company's reputation, we're driving cash flow to the bottom line. So really my formula when I approach business leaders and I want to discuss value of cybersecurity, I treat it like an investment, right? This is an investment you're making in future returns for your company. And I'm going to demonstrate this quickly. The trust dividend, which we talked about in the Accenture case, right? Creating those invisible assets in times of trouble, like economic times we have now, right? That trust, people turn to trusted brands. So developing that trust develops sustainable assets, sustainable revenue for the company at the top line. The ROI on our prevention and our incident response. Okay, so this is, we demonstrated in the previous slide, cash flow to the bottom line, okay? Together, these two things are realized in EBITDA, right? This is how we're judged, earnings before interest, taxes, depreciation, amortization, cash flow. So our cybersecurity program, not only is it preventing all of the risks we talked about, right? Mitigating risks. we're generating and proving that we can return cash flow to the bottom line, which is an added value. So during capital expenditure, when we ask for that big cybersecurity budget, we can tell them, right, we're going to return cash with it. So not only are you preventing damage, you're returning value to your clients and to your capital providers. And so I guess we'll have a Q&A later, but that's just my quick run through on how we demonstrate value in a cybersecurity program. I think it's very key, very important in the private sector to be able to do that.
Awesome, Alex. Thank you so much. And we will do a Q&A at 5 o'clock after the sessions are over. So if anybody wants to ask any of the panelists questions, they will, the ones who stick around, I think Alex, you'll be one of those, will be there to give some feedback. So now we welcome Dr. Carlos Estrada, computer forensic and incident response expert. Dr. Estrada, please take it away.
Thank you, Kate. Good morning, everyone. We have a private firm named Investiga here in Mexico, and we have the experience of these 10 years from many intelligence private firms that we have been working for, beginning with Kroll, also from FTI Consulting, and some of the big fours, specifically from Ernst & Young and also from Deloitte. We provide some litigation support as private experts before the Mexican authorities, the Attorney General Office in Mexico City, and also I'm professor of cybersecurity in a Master in Intelligence for National Security, also here in Mexico. As a postgraduate from University of Phoenix in Arizona, US, and we have completed some courses from the SANS Institute of Advanced Digital Forensics, Incident Response, Threat Hunting, Cyber Threat Intelligence, and Reverse Engineering Malware. So we need to address this topic of identifying, assessing, analyzing, prioritizing some of these emerging cyber threats. For this, we have recovered the last report of the annual report of the last year, the 2019, of the Department of Defense of the US. And in this new, brave new cyber world, they have two conclusions. One, that the threat landscape is not fully representative. For many of the red teaming performances, they are not including all the new cyber threats. And talking about the new vulnerabilities are outpacing our patching responses. So the conclusion of the Department of Defense of the US, they recommend that we need to assume that every system and network is on patch, and we can have an intrusion. These intrusions, we have made some analysis of at least, talking about this full landscape, 327 APTs. These groups are named APTs, the Advanced Persistent Threats, and you know, these groups are sponsored by nation states, and this is made from the main platform on cyber intelligence named MISP. And we have 4 relevant countries. The first is China, because China is the country that have most of these APTs. Specifically, we are talking about 76. The most relevant or famous in the media are Common Crew, Axiom, Nikon, Stone Panda, and these people, these top hackers, are performing most of the most dangerous and most critical cyber campaigns nowadays. The second country, Iran, with 23 APTs, the most famous, All-Rig, with some cyber campaigns, for example, against Tel Aviv, Cleaver, Magnelium, Rocket Kitten, and many of these forensics analysis that we perform as post-mortem analysis in the computer forensics, We have in our firm a pool of engineers working for Kaspersky and also from Microsoft, the area of cybersecurity of Microsoft in Mexico. The following country, Russia, with 20 APTs, Fancy Beer, Torla, So Fancy. Even this Fancy Beer is one of the most famous, along with Lazarus of North Korea, because Lazarus perhaps is the most famous worldwide APT. And here in Mexico, they are responsible of one of the main cyber attacks that we suffered 2 years ago against our foreign trade bank. And these top hackers of Lazarus, they stole more than $30 million. And another countries with these activities, Pakistan, with Major, India, Dropping Elephant, Korea, against North Korea with Dark Hotel, France, in the national cybersecurity strategy of France, they have the position of counter-attacking with this APT name Snow Globe. And also we could talk about the US with Longhorn. Longhorn is related with the CIA. And Turkey, for example, with this new war between Armenia and Azerbaijan, they are performing some cyber campaigns with Prometheus. So these main 4 countries, China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea, they are in the new catalog of the Solarium Commission report. This report was published in March of this year, 2020, with the new policies, at least 70 policies from the new legislation in US, talking about, for example, the new National Director of Cybersecurity, that this public servant is going to be the head of the national strategy. And maybe in other countries, we are going to recover this experience of the US Solarium Commission. So by these new times of the post-COVID era, we have many kind of new cyber threats that are overwhelming our capacities. So even we can talk that we have our security broken with many of these threats like Mimikatz, the Metasploit, Pass the Hash, Man in the Middle, that our defenses, they are not even monitoring these kind of attacks. For example, maybe some of you are aware of the attack of signaling system number 7, SS7. This threat is related with the intervention of mobile phones, and it was published for about 5 years ago in the House of the Representatives in US. But in these last 5 years, most of the company don't have an answer or a response for this threat. And the result of this is the graph in the right, because this graph is from FBI, and it show us the increase of the revenue of these top hackers that they are obtaining, and with all this revenue, they are financing new cyber attacks. Which kind of attacks? For example, also with BEC, this refers to business email compromise, all these spear phishing attacks. We have also the ransomware attacks. And the most comprehensive catalog of ransomware attacks is a list of more than 700 companies and public organizations that have been victims of these ransomware attacks in the last 5 years. And this list includes at least 14 ransomware families. The most famous of them is Maze. Some companies, for example, from US and North America, Chubb, Canon, some counties of US and also from Central America. We are talking about Costa Rica with water systems, and also in other countries or on other continents like in India. And for example, the second, Conti, with Volkswagen, more but like the transforming industry and also automotive industry with Peugeot and the ThyssenKrupp. And the other Sidinoki, Sidinokivi, and also Doppelpaymer. In this case of Doppelpaymer, for example, here in Mexico, they were responsible of the major cyber attack of the biggest Mexican company, that is Pemex, Mexican Petroleum. And this attack was last year. So this is an example that our public sector is not prepared for this kind of cyber campaigns. How these top hackers perform this attack. We have the standard intrusion kill chain that is used for military analysis of strategies. And this graph is taken from the Microsoft Defense Report of the last month. So from all these ransomware families like Maze, the Doppelpaymer, etc., at the beginning, in the initial access, we have the RDP brute force attack. And this remote desktop protocol, the RDP, it amounts for about 70% of the initial access attacks in the world. This is because of the obsolescence of the computers, like Alex told us in the previous presentation, because for at least 40% of the personal computers in the world, for example, they use the operating system of Windows 7, and Windows 7 is no longer supported by Microsoft. And there is a critical problem that we are analyzing in our area, in our countries, and maybe it's not enough cover in our industry. And we name it as second-tier risk, because we consider that we are abandoning some our friends, so our friend countries, like you can see, India, Vietnam, Brazil, Mexico. And in these days, in our countries like this, in India, Vietnam, Brazil, and Mexico, there are many official servers, I mean servers from government, that some of these top hackers have already compromised. And from these official servers, they are performing some worldwide campaigns for cyber attacks. So this is another level of threats that we are not covering. But we need to make some new kind of analysis. The second main problem in the world is named the shortage of human resources for cybersecurity. But we interpret that the real problem is this, that for some many organizations in the private sector, the government, the real issue for the companies is that we want an above average candidates, that they are willing to work for average or even slightly below market rates. So for this issue, there are two alternatives. Maybe the best alternative, the long run solution, and could be the Cyberpol solution, is the training for more skilled personnel and more advanced capability, with some workshops and this kind of summits that we are having today. And the other solution for the Big Four, from Deloitte, PricewaterhouseCoopers, Ernst & Young, is the cybersecurity as a service, because no more than 65 companies in Wall Street have all these solutions with the CISO inside of the company, covering all the NIST verticals. The NIST is the National Institute for Security of System and Technology of the Department of Commerce of US, for identify, protect, detect, response, and recover in the cybersecurity threats for all the devices, application, networks, data, and users. So all these platforms, most of the companies don't have the budget to cover all the threats and also contracts all these products. So the real decision for the companies is: are we having a CISO or a a center of command and cybersecurity with as a service for another company. At least for the top companies here in Mexico of our trade agreements, the one that Santiago said, with North America, with Canada and US, we are talking about companies from Germany and also from Japan, of the automotive sector. At least they have the three first cybersecurity solution: the DLP, the loss prevention; the ASIEM, the security information and event management for the perimeter; and also maybe the most important of them, the EDR, the endpoint detection and response. Is more important, for example, than an antivirus or the firewall. So in this way, we consider that the following 5 years, most of these companies, to guarantee the success, needs the cyber threat intelligence program, because with all the new risks, working remotely and working in cloud, we have another new threat that is referred from shadow IT. All the technology outside of the IT department. And our last topic of this presentation is the orchestration and actionable intelligence, because according to the analysis of the maturity and resilience of every organization, according to the specific industry, we need to automate the indicators of compromise from our perimeter to our automatic alerts from, for example, some protocols like STIX, TAXI, CyberOps, and actionable some of these rules like Jara and Sigma. And the last page, all good cybersecurity requires an holistic approach, taking the human factor, involving our legal, human resources, and finance areas of our companies. And thank you for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you so much, Carlos. That was a wonderful presentation. And again, such an interesting panel. And we have so many international perspectives here. It's hard to know. The last time I was at a cybersecurity conference with such a global presence. It's great. So moving on to our next group of experts, we've actually had a late addition. So in the next round, the final round before the Q&A session, we will just do 15 minutes each for the speakers. So I'm sorry, we're cutting some of you a little short, but we want to be sure to fit everybody in. So thank you so much. So first up, we have Phil Abraham, CEO and founder of CloudFace LLC and Zero Space Labs. After Mr. Abraham, we'll go to Christopher Salgado, former managing investigator at Facebook. I know we're going to have a lot of questions for him, I think. He's a global cybersecurity and physical security consultant now. Dusan Kazusnik, I'm sorry, founder and CEO of crime-fighting software maker Compulson Mobile Edit, and Maya Horowitz, who I believe I've interviewed before. She's the director of threat intelligence and research at Checkpoint Software. Thank you all so much. I'm going to turn it over now to
Hello, Kate. I'm going to join for 2 seconds while the others gets ready. I think if we recall correctly that we have 4 speakers. We have an extra speaker here today, and we please ask the speakers to be ready because the technical department is waiting for the moment. So can you please all get online? The last few speakers, please. In the meanwhile, Kate, would you mind joining us till they are on?
Yep. So tell us what's the Q&A going to be like after this, Ricardo?
Well, it looks like we have a lot of questions during the day. And I think, we're waiting for all the panelists to come back on to end. We had a great day. I think it's phenomenal that we can do this internationally at such short notice. So thank you for the great support. from the US. It's early hours. Everybody had to wake up there. We're just trying to get the remaining speakers awoken. It seems that there is maybe technical errors to the southern part of the world, so we have to see what's going on.
Oh.
If you just mind taking over from me for a few seconds, I will come back in a few seconds.
All right. So I do know that the Q&A session at the end of the day is usually the one where we would have cocktail hour. So if anybody else is sticking around, I'm going to have a drink, even though it's only going to be about 10 a.m. here in New York. But I'm going to go to bed afterwards because I've been here since 1:30 in the morning, and it's been a great illuminating conference. I hope, Dr. Estrada, since I have you on still, would you like to answer a few questions?
Yes, of course, there, Kate.
So tell us about where are you based, and what are some of the international cooperation challenges that you're facing the most right now?
For example, the one that we mentioned is the issue of the budget, because many of the companies have most reduced budget, and the main solution for that in the short term is the hiring the cybersecurity as a service product. And this product could be not only from the Big Four, but also there are emerging many new cybersecurity companies from North America, and also from some countries in Europe, like Germany, UK, and also from Israel. And we are seeing some new companies from Japan and also from India in these new trade agreements.
Do you have any problems from an intelligence point of view with the shared services being used across borders? If you have a shared service being used in China, for instance, and also in the United States, do you ever encounter any kind of friction there?
Yes, this is a very relevant issue that you are mentioning, Kate, because, for example, here in the area, in Mexico, we have some companies from China, from South Korea, and these companies are receiving a special kind of threats and attacks. And there are some campaigns of ransomware that are coded in Chinese. And for this approach, we need more skilled engineers. And for example, performing some reverse code techniques in the malware analysis. So these high skills companies only could be hired from another countries. But the issue is that we don't have a global platform to share the solutions and the new threats in this year. So we need to increase the level of the reporting of the cyber intelligence in our industry.
Absolutely. I would love to see how you guys do that eventually. I know they've struggled with it in all the sectors here, including the banking sector, but I'm sure you guys will find a way. So now I'm going to kick it to Maya Horowitz on our next panel. Again, she's the Director of Threat Intelligence and Research at Checkpoint Software Technologies. Maya, I understand you're ready to go, and I'm going to turn it over to you now. Thank you, Doctor.
Hi, thank you. So good afternoon and good morning to you, Kate. I'm Maya Horowitz, again, Director of Threat Intelligence and Research in Checkpoint. Indeed, Kate, you had an interview with me a couple of years ago. Today, just a second, trying to share the screen. So today I want to talk to you about cyber murder mystery and how our team is able to do research on cyber attacks and to find the hackers behind them. So I'm sorry, it's advancing without me touching it. Just a second. Sorry about that. Let me try again. So there's a saying of Hercule Poirot from Agatha Christie's novel that if there was a murder, then there was a murderer. And I think that in comparison, if there was a hack, then there was a hacker. And our role of the role of checkpoint research for me is to find who these, or one of our roles is to find who these hackers are. So our day-to-day is not as exciting as for Hercule Poirot and other fiction detectives, but still there's a lot in common between the roles. We have to pay attention to details, to look for different clues. The forensics are different. We don't look for blood and fingerprints, but still there are digital fingerprints that we're looking for in order to understand who the threat actors are. So I want to tell you all about it by telling you two stories that we at Checkpoint Research were able to analyze. And I'll start with Eye on the Nile. So it all started when Amnesty International released this report about phishing attacks targeting targeting civil rights people in Egypt, and it was a phishing attack targeting their emails. Now, soon after, one of our analysts was able to find a different campaign, also a phishing campaign targeting both email and Outlook. Sorry. Okay. And a very short research showed us that these campaigns are actually related, that it's the same campaign that Amnesty International reported that is also related to the one that we're looking at. And in fact, what we saw was that the threat actors were after emails, installing both Outlook, both Outlook add-ons, but also trying to steal documents from Google Drive. And actually, that's not all they were after, and we'll get back to that in a few minutes. So during our research, we thought we found the jackpot when there was an open directory of the threat actors of one of the CNCs online. And there was lots of data there, like a database of the victims or the targets of the attack, the tools they were using. But then we found one script that was very alarming. So it was a script, we'll go over it together. It's saying if the total requests on the server, the one that we're currently querying, is bigger than 30, then send an email. The email would be sent from checknow.com to devdlogana@gmail.com, saying you've exceeded your quota. Would you come and have a look? In other words, this is the alarm. Okay, they noticed that that we are onto them. They will soon come look for our traces. So this is when we backed out of this open directory and went offline to analyze the data already collected. So from this data, I said that there's a database of victims. So we found who the victims or the targets were. So actually, there were emails of the targets with a total of 33 email addresses. So this is pretty weird, right? Because it seems like this is there's a lot of efforts being put into this campaign. So why only send it to 33 people? Usually, threat actors would go after the big numbers, trying to maximize on their chance to gain money. So if the number is so small, it means that there's a special significance to all the victims here. So we looked at the names and we realized that these are all human rights activists in Egypt. So human rights activists, journalists, academics, all from Egypt. So, so now we understand this is a phishing campaign. We know what they're looking for. We know who the targets are, but who are they? Who are the threat actors? So we started looking for more clues, and I told you that there were some malicious add-ons for Outlook that could be downloaded, or malicious add-ons for the mail could be downloaded from the official stores. And in official stores, you need to put some developer name. So the developer name of one of these add-ons was DevD Logana. You might remember this from the script. So looks like this person has some significance. So we looked for more things that this person had developed, and we found that there's a mobile app called iLoud 200%. This app is allegedly a tool in order to double the volume of the ringtone on one's mobile device. I'm not sure why this is an important application, but in any case, it's a bit suspicious because it has no icon. So once you install it on your mobile, you can't find the logo, so you can't delete it. And not very surprisingly, it leaves the ringtone intact. So it's not very clear what this app actually does. So we started emulating it, doing some reverse engineering, and what we realized was that what this app actually does is to send out data about the device and about its users, including photos, text messages, even surround voice recording. And one more important, very important thing is the device's location, or in other words, the victim's location. So I told you that it's not only about phishing and documents, it's also about spying on this person, on the victim. But the interesting part here, going back to who are the threat actors, is that this is the part of the code that tries to steal the coordinates of the device. And you can see that there are coordinates here, which are actually the default coordinates that were written inside the source code of the app. So we looked for these coordinates, and what we found was that this is an unnamed building in Cairo, in Egypt, right next to some shopping mall. But we didn't really know what this place was. And at this stage, we started working with the New York Times because this is about activists. They were interested, and they actually sent a reporter all the way to Cairo to look at these coordinates and find out what this place is. And what they found was that this was the headquarters of the Egyptian General Intelligence Service. So in other words, looks like the threat actors spying on these human rights activists are actually Egyptian government. So the New York Times started looking for the victims, for the 33 victims of this attack. They started looking for them, but they were nowhere to be found. And we later realized that it's because they had been imprisoned. So they were in prison because they protested against the government. But still, they were able to find two of the victims, Raja Omran, a human rights activist from Egypt, who told them that she's always worried, she doesn't communicate anything, so confidential on email. They also found Afaf Mahfouz, who's Egyptian, but she now lives in the States, and said that she thought that because of her age, they would leave her alone, but she's not surprised. So you can see that in some of the cases, APTs are not one government spying on another, but the government might actually be spying on its own citizens. So this is the case of the Eye on the Nile. And I want to tell you another short story, hoping the time provides, which is Vanda the God, which is how we actually found a specific threat actor. So it started with an email that our research team received from the government of Trinidad and Tobago, telling us that one of their government websites had been defaced with some hacker or hacktivist who goes by the name Vanda the God, and they asked for our assistance in understanding who this person was. So we started doing research. We learned that they are not the only victims of Vanda the God. He had actually hacked into thousands of different websites, mostly doing defacements, University of Florida, some hacking related to the fires in the Amazonas. But he's not only about hacktivism, he's also about the money. So he also stole medical records in New Zealand and tried to sell them to other hackers. So this is someone who has a lot on their plate with hacking. So we looked at his the whois information of vandadegod.com, and we learned that his website was or his domain was registered by an email fathernazi@gmail.com. So looks like this person is probably also anti-Semite. He lives allegedly in Uberlandia in Brazil. So these are some potential leads for their identity. We also learned that the same person also registered a domain called BrazilianCyberArmy.com. So what's Brazilian Cyber Army? Looking at Vanda the God's Twitter account, we saw that this person had posted something, some screenshots that also had this logo of Brazilian Cyber Army. And the screenshot had another open tab called Vanda de Assis. So we looked for Vanda de Assis, found a Facebook account that also refers back to Vanda the God. So it looks like all three names are related: Vanda de Assis, Vanda the God, Brazilian Cyber Army. Between these different accounts, there's also cross-posting. So taking one image, posting it on Vanda the God's Twitter, on Vanda de Assis' Facebook, very same image. And here another open tab with the name. I deleted the name because we never published the actual name of this person. So a tab called MR, we'll call him that. So now we have a name, a potential name on this hacker. So we started looking for MR. It was a pretty common name, but we know that he's possibly from Uberlandia in Brazil. So we looked for MR from Uberlandia, found a few Facebook accounts, went over them manually, and found that one of them posted this image, which looks familiar. So Brazilian Cyber Army, and now we're pretty sure that this MR from Uberlandia, Brazil, is actually the one we're looking for. But we wanted to make sure that it actually goes back to Vanda the God. So we saw some more cross-posting between all these different accounts, Vanda the God, MR, Vanda de Assis, but it's all copy-pasting of the very same images, which means that it might be someone copy-pasting from someone else's account and not necessarily the same person. Until we found these—
2 minutes remaining.
Sure. Until we found these two photos. So this from Vanda the God and this from MR. So now it's not just cross-posting, it's not copy-pasting, but it's actually two different images taken in the same living room. So you can see the very same TV stand, the same PlayStation. So this is where we realized that indeed Vanda the God is MR. And we reported this to law enforcement in Brazil. So really now that we understand, we have all these clues come together. This is how we understood that Vanda de Assis is Vanda the God, is our hacker, and is actually MR from Uberlandia. So just to wrap it up, I'll say that that a few days after we gave this information to law enforcement, we saw a publication saying that this person had been arrested by Brazilian law enforcement, which is a bit funny because his Twitter says you cannot arrest an idea. So he's been imprisoned. But another epilogue here is that while his last post on Twitter was November 18th, talking about the defacement in Trinidad and Tobago, which started all this story, a few months later, or 8 months later, he posted this Canto Liberdad, which means he's singing his freedom. So he actually got out of prison. He then retweeted our publication telling us that he's been arrested and saying that he will not hack again. But eventually he says, I promised myself that I would stop defacement, but he will actually continue doing so. So I just wanted to tell this story to show you how the private sector can also do some of the research that eventually ties back to law enforcement and help in arresting cyber criminals and making the world a better place. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Maya. That was really fascinating. And Checkpoint always has some really cool case studies. I know that from my times as a reporter. So do check out their website. I think you can find some more cool stuff that they've done. Next up, we have Christopher Salgado, former managing investigator at Facebook and a global cyber and physical security consultant. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us.
Hi, thank you. Can you see me?
Yes, I can, and I can hear you very well.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Just a quick correction. I wasn't officially a Facebook investigating manager. I did manage investigations out there, though, but thank you for that. Thank you very much to everybody for attending today. Thank you very much to Cyberpol for inviting me out to speak with you folks. Thank you to everybody joining in today to capture all of this value with all of these expert speakers. I really appreciate being on the panel and appreciate you folks for tuning in. Specifically, a thank you to Cyberpol's President Bretsky for inviting me on. So I really appreciate that. Let me go ahead and share my screen with you. Okay, so what I wanted to do is I wanted to focus on one of the growing concerns that we're kind of all talking about here, but one in particular, social engineering. So essentially the poison of what would otherwise be a pretty robust cybersecurity system, right? Now there's, thankfully, education can overcome this, but way before the education, I want to just kind of spell out the importance of knowing about social engineering as well as its ramifications and, how serious we really should be taking the social engineering component of nearly every cyber attack that we do experience here. So these are some real world examples that I've highlighted here. These are successful social engineering attacks that have been part and parcel to successful cyber attacks as well. And I apologize up front, I lost all of my notes here when my computer just swallowed up probably an hour before I went on. So I'm going to be going through this off the cuff here. So I apologize if I kind of fumble a little bit through here. Nonetheless, what I do want to highlight here, as I said, real world activities or successful attacks that we've experienced. On the screen, we have mostly exclusive to US locations, but nonetheless, obviously, social engineering does follow cyber attacks, and cyber attacks is a global problem for sure. And I do want to mention before I get into this, as far as my background a little bit, I'm a co-founder of All Points Investigations. We're a global physical and cyber investigations company. Been doing investigations for about 18 years, both in the physical and cyber realm. So I just want to kind of highlight, my background, where I come from. I did work with Facebook, helped to stand up their investigations division for a few years there. I was pretty grateful for that. So into these examples here, we've got several of them ranging as far back as 2013. So certainly social engineering itself is not new to us. The components, or rather the methodology, their tactics, is pretty new to us. You have people just conning people in person for centuries, right? Well, lo and behold, nowadays it's incorporating a lot of tech, right? It's gone from, face-to-face interaction, we'll talk about that later, to email inclusion, to text inclusion, to video inclusion, telephone calls, stuff like that. A little bit more lucrative and comprehensive ways to roll out a successful social engineering attack. So back in 2013, we have a research firm that infiltrated an unknown, or rather an undisclosed, I'll say, government entity, where they honeypotted some folks there at the government organization and obtained a lot of information that they probably shouldn't have been able to get. And that included corporate-owned laptop access, access to the VPNs, other secured resources. I mean, according to the report that came out of this, it was pretty significant findings and captures that these researchers were able to acquire. How did they do that? They did that through social engineering by setting up a honeypot, or what you folks might know also as catfishing, right? An individual was, they developed a kind of a sock puppet or dummy account online through social media, and just reached out to these folks to try to gain information from them, and inevitably ended up securing a lot of information that they should not have been able to secure. Back in 2015, the CIA Chief John Brennan, FBI Director Mark Giuliano, and US Homeland Security Secretary Jett Johnson fell victim to a 15-year-old boy who vished his way into their accounts, securing government documents, personal data, and even penetrating the home of Johnson by deploying some messages through his television there. Back in 2016, the DNC here in the United States, Democratic National Committee, and the Clinton Foundation were attacked through spear phishing campaigns, netting a significant number of documents. Some go so far as to say that it infringed on or interrupted the US election back in 2016. Not confirming or denying that, just citing what some people have said. But in 2019, we have Toyota's subsidiary fell victim to a business email compromise, or what's known as a BEC scam, losing approximately $37 million. And I believe at this point they're still trying to collect on that. I could be wrong on that. And most recently, importantly, as far as cyber attacks go, through social engineering, July of this year, just a few months ago, Twitter was infiltrated by, nonetheless, a 17-year-old male who scammed a lot of different individuals by asking for Bitcoin donations from other people's Twitter accounts. One of them was Trump, one of them was former President Obama, lots of other people saying, hey, I'm feeling generous today. If you contribute a certain amount of Bitcoin to this account, I'll double that in return for you. Lo and behold, there was no such legitimate campaign, and the individual, the 17-year-old, walked away with approximately $180,000 in US denomination there. So as you can see, these are just a handful of items here of real world examples, nonetheless, really highlighting the fact that social engineering is a real threat. And it really goes part and parcel with cyber attacks just in general. Since COVID occurred this year, cyber attacks have been increased by over 600%. With that, social engineering has been pinned down to contribute to these cyber attacks by over 90%. So over 90% of the time that a successful cyber attack is deployed, social engineering has been a part of that, usually at the initiation of it to develop information on the intended victim. Then they want to plan the cyber attack, and then they want to execute it. Usually there's 3 stages, as I just said there. So social media, or rather social engineering, is super important on the kind of top of mind with cybersecurity and cyber investigator professionals, that you want to make sure that you really put a lot of stock into social engineering, not just the cyber component of it as well. It's part and parcel, like I said, but there's a lot of stuff that happens in the real world before that cyber attack is dished out. And that's when the individuals are trying to land information, learn about their targets a little bit more, and they're able to then tailor the inevitable cyber attack, making it that much more effective, and therefore making it that much more lucrative to them, because the more tailored, the better tailored a cyber attack is, the more trust you gain from your victim. The more trust you gain from your victim, you're able to walk away with a larger net of items, whether that's personal information, money, or whether that's harm, reputation harm, or other harm. So it's really important that we really keep a focus on the social engineering portion as well as within the cyber world. So we talked about some examples. We talked about the importance of focusing on the social engineering component of cyber attacks. So how do they deploy them? I talked earlier about social engineering just in a general sense. It's been around for centuries. They used to call them con men, right? And they're still out there. Con people are still out there. They're just using different tactics, right? Well, what are those tactics that they're deploying that we really want to focus on, right? And there's really 2 main ones, but then there's a mix of the 2. We got physical engagements, we've got digital or non-physical methods, and I'll talk more about those very shortly here. Then we have pretexts, right? And a pretext is kind of a comprehensive system that has a mix of physical and digital engagements. So I'll talk about those now. So with the physical methods, we have face-to-face interaction. We have physical mail. Believe it or not, people still use physical mail to deploy attacks, social engineering attacks. So again, this is prior to rolling out the cyber attack. Trying to know your victim a little bit more to tailor your inevitable cyber attack a little bit more pointedly to be that much more effective, right? You have door knocks, you have solicitors, people that show up unprompted, say, hey, can I just talk to you about some information? And it really doesn't really matter what they're offering. What they're trying to do is gather information from you. And you might believe that the information that you're releasing is innocuous and certainly not a security issue. And that goes to your company, that goes to you at home, because if you're a high value target, then people are not just going to circle you around your workplace. They're going to go to your home in some avenue, right? Whether it's mail or in person. They might start surveilling your family members, stuff like that. I don't want to scare anybody, but this is the real world that we live in here. So you got to make sure that you consider that. So for instance, you have a solicitor that comes up, hey, let me talk to you about your lawn, or let me talk to you about your windows or the neighborhood, something like that. I'm looking to buy a property a few blocks down, maybe a mile away. I'm interested in the neighborhood. Let's talk, right? They're still nonetheless gathering information from you and then logging it so they can tailor their inevitable attack. We also have dumpster dives, right? Dumpster dives is really old school stuff, folks, but it's super valuable. There's a reason why it's on this slide. There's a reason why it's still enacted today by investigators of various sorts, and even the individuals the hackers, the individuals that you don't want dumping into or diving into your dumpster there. A lot of information is just thrown away without being shredded, without being properly vetted. And people rely on that to go ahead and kind of build up the victim and build up their inevitable campaign. We've got tailgating. That's when an individual will just ride another person into a facility. So, John Smith is approved to work at a certain location, badges in, somebody behind the person, maybe of the opposite sex, maybe they're carrying a bunch of stuff. They say, oh, can you hold the door open for me? Yeah, sure. We all want to be friendly, right? We're all personable individuals for the most part. So we help them out. Lo and behold, we let the person in that shouldn't be in the facility. Serendipitous meetups, that's really when you're out on the town, you're in a bar or an event or a coffee house or a library, and someone just happens to meet up with you and start asking you questions, similar to what I talked about with the solicitor, but these are really outside of that solicitor status. They otherwise seem like a regular person just asking you some questions. Then you've got scheduled appointments. People can show up as an interviewee and really have no interest in securing the job, or maybe they do to try to unveil more information, but maybe they don't have that long-term vision for that, right? They just want to capture information as much as possible from every person that they see prior to sitting down across from the executive or whomever it may be interviewing them. We also have dates. I mean, online dating is hugely popular these days. We've got catfishing I talked about. You want to be careful with that as well. Then we have the random or unscheduled installs or repairs. Somebody showing up to your door, either at your work or your home, and saying, hey, just checking on you, letting you know that we're gonna be working down the street or a few blocks away, something like that. We're gonna be shutting down the power. Are you okay? Do you have anybody in the house that's dependent on oxygen or anything like that? They're just trying to gather information from you. So these are the physical methods. Certainly there's a lot more than these, but these are the ones that I wanted to highlight that really pose a danger or a risk, when someone's trying to attack you, attack you nonetheless. Now the digital component of it gets into the more kind of hotter topic of this event here. So we're talking about phishing, voice phishing. So when someone calls you and says, hey, I'm from here in the US, it's really big for us to get phone calls from an entity or a person that says, hey, I'm from the Social Security Administration office. There's a problem with your Social Security number. We've identified illegal activity and it relates to you. We need to talk about it, or we're going to forward this over to law enforcement. You're probably going to be wanting to talk to them if you don't know any better, right? To try to clear your name. Then we've got smishing. That's newer of the two, and involves text messages, right? You open up the text message that's unprompted or unsolicited, and lo and behold, you've opened up a situation where you don't want to, right? And then furthermore, you might click on something you never want to do that. We've got phishing, we've got spear phishing, which is more pointed attacks towards someone. Whaling attacks, that's more for the executives or high value targets, the visualization is they're a whale because they're a greater target, right? You've got caller ID spoofing, scareware, where a system, a window pops up and says, hey, if you don't download this malware or this antivirus right now, or this fix right now, because we've identified a virus trying to infiltrate your computer, you're going to be out of luck, right? So they scare you into downloading that malware or adware, whatever it may be. We've got watering holes as well, baiting and quid pro quo attacks, kind of just balancing benefits of services over goods, stuff like that. So those are the digital mechanisms that they really try to employ to capture information on you prior to the cyber attack. So then we've got the pretext employing the combination. Excuse me?
Oh, I'm sorry to interrupt you. This is Kate. I'm going to do 2 more minutes if you can, just so we can fit everybody in. This is really awesome so far. And then we're going to go straight into Q&A, which I'm assuming you'll be sticking around for.
Sure, yeah, definitely. Thank you for the heads up. So we've got a pretext that combines the two, right? Physical and the digital component. I apologize, guys. I'm gonna kind of race through here because I really want to get you as much information as possible. So what do we do, right? We talked about episodes, real world episodes that infringe upon companies and persons to really devalue their stock, harm people in other ways and companies in other ways. So what do we do about it, right? There's no prevention about for social engineering. Anyone that tells you that is super misleading you, but we can try to mitigate this, right, as much as possible. How do we do that? The best way to mitigate this stuff is through education and training, security awareness training. We're talking about training your employees, your clients, your contractors, your vendors as much as possible with the whole contractor-vendor relationship or contractor-employer relationship. And this is holistic training. This is not only just deploying a program that's cyber-based, but it's also really honing in on the individuals because people are the last line of defense, right? It doesn't matter how robust your security system is. It can be fantastic. It can all be undone by one person clicking on something that they shouldn't have done or something else, relaying information on the inside or to the outside from the inside that shouldn't have been relayed, right? So that entire cybersecurity system, that super fantastic stuff, is completely undone by the individual that that released that information, right? So the kind of holistic, people-centric training is super important to engage upon. We've got antivirus and end-to-end security tools, posters to kind of reinforce the training. And it's really important to, once you deploy that training, you have follow-up on it, right? You have kind of random audits to ask questions, to send out phishing email tests, right? And hold people accountable too. If they don't do the training within a certain due date or they don't pass it, hold them accountable. Hey, you can't progress in the company, or you can't come back to work tomorrow, unless you pass this training or you take this training. It's really time that we focus on the social engineering component of the cyber attacks, because the cyber attacks is what makes the headlines. The social engineering component is just starting to make the media mentions, but nowhere near the impact that it does have these days. I do want to just lastly say a couple more things, please. You want to shred your documents, be aware of your online footprint. You want to Google yourself, mitigate that online exposure, clean your car. Don't leave documents up inside of your car like mail. You go and grab the mail, you put the letter down, and now your name and address is on the front seat of the car, right? You just want to be careful of that. Don't leave school books, other documents that have that information, DMV, stuff like that. Employ video analytics into your security systems. So they can capture behaviors that are anomalies on persons kind of inside of that security camera view, right? Just as you have a robust prevention system, adopt a comprehensive response plan for any successful attack. Focus on your people, your assets, and your brand reputation. It's really important to mitigate this loss. So just as my last slide here, just don't be tomorrow's headline. Take what we're all saying collectively to heart. Definitely take into consideration the social engineering engagement. I think it's definitely devalued just in general. So make sure you take that to heart, because again, over 90% of successful cyber attacks did incorporate a version of social engineering. And the higher up in the food chain you are inside the company or organization, the greater a chance, I think it's over 12 times the chance that you are on being targeted for these social engineering engagements. Yeah, that's it. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate the opportunity here.
Thank you so much, Christopher. I know I, for one, am going to have to go clean out my car after this. I had no idea.
It's scary. It's scary what you can find.
Please stop the slides, please? Can you please stop the slides, please, Christopher?
Yep.
So now we're moving on to Dusan, founder and CEO of the crime-fighting software maker Composite and Mobile Edit. Dusan, thank you so much for your patience.
Hello, everybody. Just quick confirmation if you can see me and also if you can see my slides.
All good. Technical team can see.
Fantastic. So, are we live or not yet?
Yeah, we are live.
Good. Fantastic. So, hello, everybody from Prague, Czech Republic. We have 3:52 p.m. This is local time, and thank you very much for having me at this summit. I will be talking about a little bit different thing, about phone forensics, and you will see why. So, first, who we are. We are a company called Compulson. We started with PC security since 1991. We've been in antivirus industry and PC security. We are known for innovative products, and development and headquarters is held in Prague, Czech Republic. We cooperate with whole world in the area of phone forensics. We equip forensic labs. We cooperate with Ministry of Defense in many countries. We cooperate with police and law enforcement around the globe, anti-terrorist units, and many organizations such as Interpol and Europol. For Czech Republic, just to mention, there's a very strong security industry here. Three big antivirus solutions are coming from Czech Republic. The most known currently is probably Avast. So we have great security engineers here, and that's also the reason why Compulson is strong in phone forensics. So let's see this in the context. Why phone forensic, what it has for cyber security, and let's take a look to forensic science. Forensic science usually is about these classical fields such as pathology, toxicology, shotgun ballistics, fingerprints, DNA. All these and similar methods are being used in many classical cases and in many movies. But actually that's not enough for current investigations, because world has changed rapidly and totally in past years. World today looks like this. This could be easily random photo. You can see these situations everywhere in the streets. People in the whole world are using mobile phones for virtually everything and are spending a lot of time on their phones. So for law enforcement and for any investigation is crucial to be able to step in this new world, this kind of digital matrix, and be able to investigate what happens. So phones are a great tool for our lives, but unfortunately they are very strong tools for organizing crime. And in the end, phones keep the most important digital evidence. And phone forensic, because of that, is a very strategic field today. From point of view of cyber security, the phone is the most connected device to the internet. So it's prevalent to PCs. People use them for everything possible online. That's one very important point. Another is that the phone is a very personal device. So it means that the phone is not shared as a PC. It's not like the server. It's very personal in the sense that it belongs to somebody, and usually it's not shared. Also, it's protected by PIN, password, gesture, Face ID, Touch ID, and other ways. Phone forensics is able to increase conviction rate because of the previous 2 points. because it's very personal, and if you can identify that the attack or attacker had a certain device with certain address, or as a secondary evidence, if you are working and if you have suspect, if you are so close that there's some suspect, you can use phone forensic as a tool, as a field that is able to convict exactly that suspect, to confirm that it's that exact person. So phone forensic is essential to find the crime generally, including cybercrime. That's why I was invited to the summit to bring this on the table. Interpol organization, they recognized importance of phone forensics a few years ago, and they started to have worldwide conference, worldwide summit, and the last one, the physical one, was in Sao Paulo, 2019. This year, 2020, it was in United States, but it was virtual, same as Cyberpol summit now. And I'm always invited as a speaker for Interpol. Interpol had a challenge for the group of investigators, police officers, to fill in such posters with country name, biggest success, biggest challenge, and biggest need. So all countries created a one. Unfortunately, I cannot present them here. It's too open summit, but I can say, I can show this photo. I can say that on most of them, the mobile phone, mobile device forensics was point out as the biggest need, as the most demanded problem, and the top field. So this is another example where you can see how phone forensic is important, and it's a real challenge. Also, NIST recognized many years ago importance of phone forensics, and they started testing of various tools. All those tests are available at this URL. So you can freely visit this URL and see all the tests. This is screenshots of the tests. This is very useful because you can see also the tools, those best tools available in the world. I can mention a few of them. Most popular phone forensic tools are these, such as Celebrite, UFED, MSAB, right? Harris Mobility Forensic, Oxygen Forensic, Magnet Axiom. I've seen that there is no other company here at this summit, so I'm mentioning them to be fair and to inform you about the field. There is another important information. If you combine multiple tools, you will get more evidence. Intentionally, I don't have here the names of the tools. That's not that important for purpose of the summit. But here are two very popular tools, and each tool has some success rate. It's something around 75%. Which means it's not even close to 100%, and some evidence is missing. But if you combine more tools, you will get here it's something like 10% evidence, more evidence, which can solve the case. Actually, that 10% it could be messages from WhatsApp, it could be thousands of messages that such an evidence could be crucial to convict the suspect. So Combining multiple tools is a very important practice because phone forensic is not an easy field. So every tool has its advantages, certain set of phones it can unlock, certain set of applications. So you cannot easily solve this by purchasing one tool and using just one tool. Let's take a look on phone forensic challenges. As I mentioned, it's not an easy field. So the first challenge is phone unlocking. In order to be able to get the evidence, you need to break the security of the phone, to unlock the phone. And with newest phones and expensive phones, it's quite not easy. So this one is a big challenge and challenge number one. As soon as you have the phone unlocked, it's not all solved. You need to extract whole content and not forget about anything. And if you are successful with this second step, you will have most probably a lot of data, gigabytes of data, or if you are working with a group of suspects and more phones, you will get terabytes of data. So you need to use some effective tools for data analysis tools or methods. Just a quick example how we are solving that, or what are methods, how you can unlock phones. There are various exploits such as MTK, EDL for LG. There are being used various flashing methods for Android, for Chaos, Spreadram, techniques for iPhone unlocking, such as checkrain, lockdown, and others. Regarding content extraction, it's important to extract full phone content and use very strong application analysis, as you will see further. Also, you have to utilize decryption because data from those most important messengers are encrypted. And also, it's very important to focus on deleted data because very often in deleted data, there is the most important evidence. Regarding data analysis, we use machine learning photo analysis to filter the number of photos to the number that you can work with. Also, we use face matcher to find photos with certain photos of faces. So this was overview of challenges. Let's take a look to advanced phone forensic methods. You can see data extraction scenarios, and the first question is if there are software methods. Software methods, it's usually methods used by tools I mentioned, like Celebrite, MSAB, MobileEdit, and others. Their power ends where the software methods, communication methods, using different protocols, connection cables are available. If these tools are not able to analyze and acquire the data.
2 minutes remaining.
Okay. Okay, I see I'm speaking 13 minutes only so far. Yeah, I should have 20. Okay, so data extraction scenarios you could see. There is logical data acquisition and physical image acquisition. Recommended is definitely the physical image acquisition. The more advanced methods beyond the scope of standard commercial tools is to use flasher boxes, use JTagging methods, or ISP, where you disassemble the phone and you are extracting data directly from a chip. These are hardware methods of analyzing. You are getting pinouts of the board, and this is example how it works in our lab, where we are investigating tools in phones in a hardware way, and breaking their security. When ISP is not possible, you can do chip off, which is the very advanced method, and you have to be well trained to not destroy the data. The device for chip off can look like this, or like this for cold chip off without using the high temperatures. There are some examples. The first question is, if the phone, if you have a case and you have suspect, you have his or her phone, if the phone is unlockable, that's the crucial question, because it can be unlockable. It means that somebody in the world is able to break the security and of the phone and unlock it, or it's not. That's very crucial knowledge, because if you are trying to unlock the phone that nobody in the world has been able to, it's loss of the time. And if you are not analyzing and unlocking the phone that it's known how to unlock it, you are wasting the evidence you could get. We have a large database and huge knowledge. As we are in the field since in the phone forensic field since 1996, about phones or weaknesses. There are a few examples from our database. Whenever it's green, it's good for phone forensic. When it's red, it's not good, the method. So we know about thousands of phones and how to unlock their security, or if the security is not possible to break. So just quick example of two phones. There's almost always some possibility how to break the security of the phone. And if it's not known currently, then it's good still to keep the phone as the evidence if possible, because in the near future it may be able to break the security of the phone. The next thing, let's assume we have broken the security of the phone. We see a huge challenge in application analysis, because there are apps virtually for everything, and the most important data because of that are residing in apps. Users are operating their phones, they are interacting through the apps. So everything possible is in apps. Apps for social networking, messaging, encrypted messaging, and so on. But there are problems associated with that. And the problem is that there are too many apps in app stores. That those most important apps, they use strong encryption, that they are updated frequently and changing their methods and their databases. And also that there are apps specific for regions, as home banking and gaming and others. So we came with a special solution, which we call live updates. And because of that, we shortened the standard software update cycle from 2 to 3 months, that is usual in our phone forensic field, to days, where we are able to respond in days. Phone forensic also is about updates, because there are many new phones, updates of operating systems, security patches, and also, as I mentioned, the application updates. So this is the typical page where many modules can be updated pretty often. Here is example how it looks when you use phone forensic tool, the software tool. You connect phones or use the hack phone feature to unlock phones. If you are successful with that, you see the phone connected. You can see 3 phones concurrently connected, and this is for iPhone. you can choose what data you are interested in. You can see even from iPhone, you can get a lot of data, such as messages, emails, contacts, accounts, organizer. There is a second page also, the history of Bluetooth devices connected, GPS location. So you may imagine passwords here, a lot of valuable data for cybercrime investigations. So passwords, there are passwords for many cloud services. So with this, you can get into cloud services of the suspect, where there could be a lot more evidence. If everything is successful, you will get, for example, reports such as this in PDF or HTML and so on. Here you can see media, photos. Here you can see, we can identify also if the photo was really taken by the phone or if it was shared in some way. For that purpose, we have technology called camera ballistics. So we can prove if the photo has been really taken by suspected camera, but by that sensor, which works not only for cameras in phones, but generally for any camera. Yeah, it works hypothetically in similar way as shotgun ballistics. So you need to have a camera or phone, the physical device, and then you run reference set of photos test where you get fingerprint, and then you get results of analysis on those crime photos, real photos. So in the end, my recommendations are these: utilize the power of forensic to finally convict the suspect, to increase the convict rate. Combine more tools to get maximum evidence. Build forensic labs, not just buy one tool, but build forensic labs and use those advanced methods. Train your team and use top experts' knowledge and services. That's all. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dusan. Thank you so much. Another really illuminating presentation about some technologies that I did not know
Please
about.
close
So
the
thank you for
slide.
that.
Dusan, please close the slide.
Okay.
Thank you.
Please close the slide to get the screen. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we're moving on. We had our final guest. I hope that all the folks on right now will stick around because a lot of our speakers have come back, almost all of them for the Q&A. But right now we're going to go to Phil Abraham, CEO and founder of CloudFace LLC and Zero Space Labs. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Abraham.
Okay. See here. Can you see my screen?
All confirmed.
Okay, hopefully you can see my slide.
Yes, technical staff can see it.
Yes,
go
and you
ahead.
sound great.
Okay, good. Thank you. Hi, my name is Phil Abraham, and thank you for having me on today as a speaker. What we're doing at my organization, CloudFace, is probably at the forefront of one of the most, see if I can move these out of the way here, most important business and technological transformation of the 21st century. So we have done exhaustive work on a couple things. One is we believe we've made the capture of data so hard to be attained or captured that hacking is and will be obsolete. We also have gone out and identified and audited the physical structure of all known software. So we went out there and said, what are all the softwares in the world? And how disparate are they? And how can we quickly identify out of hundreds of thousands of software systems that are disparate, which ones we need to get to right away to get the data we need. So on one hand, we can capture any and all data from any and all disparate systems very quickly, which, as a side note, allows us or anyone else to be leaders in complexity science, which is the ability to predict what's going to happen with north of 90% accuracy 6 to 12 months out. So where will people be? What decisions will be made? Why is money being moved around? How will governments manage things? How will other governments react to other governments? That's all part of the field of complexity science. And you cannot be a leader in complexity science unless you understand and know where all the disparate systems are, because that's where all the decision making is housed. So we did that, we mastered that. Meanwhile, on another front, what we've done, excuse me, is we reduce the risk. We maximize bottom line impact by using a combination of artificial and human intelligence, incorporating complexity science and proprietary algorithms that are quantum proof and secure. So from what we can gather, we have the only known quantum proof cybersecurity solution. And I'm going, because of not a lot of time here, I'll jump around. So where everyone else is using AES 256, we are offering quantum proof encryption above AES 256 bit standard encryption. Our AES bit computation is currently above 10,000 bits. So we're AES north of 10,000, while we also increase processing speed with no degradation of bandwidth with our system. We're the only platform that combines multiple branches of computer science into one ecosystem, a true digital fortress. So what we're doing is we're taking whole industries. For example, we're taking the entire supply chain industry, which we believe is where most hackers are entering. And we've merged supply chain into cybersecurity and made one new discipline, a supply chain cybersecurity discipline with artificial intelligence, complex algorithms, complexity science laid on top of it, so that we're actually driving the conversation and we're driving decision making. Further, we've gone in and studied the 7 layers of the OSI stack, and we have found a way to either, on one hand, make layers 3 through 7
Dr. Phil, we don't see, Dr. Phil, we don't see your screen. We don't see the slides.
I thought you saw it.
No, the slides just disappeared.
Oh, they just disappeared. Okay, well, I'm not sure. Let me double check. Let's see here. Figures. Well, it might be at your end. Not sure why. So let me just continue. And I can email this out later if anybody wants this document. So since I have a couple minutes left, and not sure why it was scrubbed off, but we've gone into this OSI, 7 layers of the OSI stack, and we've created a way to make layers either on one hand. I'll resume share.
That's it. Fantastic.
Okay, something went funky there, but that's okay.
Excellent.
So that's okay. So on the 7 layers of the OSI stack, we can do multiple things. So I created a way to either on one hand, make layers 3 through 7 disappear and run all commerce through layer 2, or reverse layer 2 and go into the network in the environment of multiple software systems and change their behavior. So although a software system was created and designed to do X, we go back in through layer 2 and make that software do Y, something different, whatever we want something different to be. On top of that, at our end, or whoever is a participant or client of ours, we have the polymorphic random number generator, which eliminates the need for patterns. So where hackers use sophisticated software to identify patterns so they can hack, the polymorphic random number generator eliminates patterns. It also eliminates the needs for public and private keys. So our polymorphic random number generator, which is at the core of our cloud-based digital fortress, which is also quantum proof polymorphic random number generator, eliminating patterns and eliminating public and private keys, with AES way beyond 10,000, makes things very hard for people to get their hands on data, in addition to multi-threading of the polymorphic random number generator, which makes things insanely strong. We've also have now the camouflage, and we solve the compression issue. So on top of these other things, we can camouflage the architecture, the network, the email, the data, the attachments, and we've solved for compression. So it doesn't really matter how much data, how large it is, we've eliminated the problem with compression. And actually, when you solve for camouflage and you solve for compression, that is what triggers AES to skyrocket. And then separate of the polymorphic random number generator, we take the data inside the email, let's just say, for example, we break it up into tens of thousands of pieces, and we wrap more than 1 million keys around each piece of glass, which represents the data in that email. So the hacker would have to get through, understand compression, get through the camouflage, get around the polymorphic random number generator, look at 1 million, tens of thousands of pieces of glass on the floor, break all the cyber around each piece of glass protection, and then put all the glass back together to read the email. Not gonna happen. And separate of that, we have offensive tools embedded into the solution. So we can go on offense to that intruder and, you know, create significant issues for that intruder. And then separate of that, we could do fun things, a complexity science. We can drive cost out of supply chains. We can re-engineer business. We can make cybersecurity become a strong, productive, profitable industry to be in. So right now people go, oh, well, cybersecurity is going to cost too much money. Not sure if I want to do it, so on and so forth. That's not what we say. We say cybersecurity is actually a driver of ROI. For example, if we go in and drive out 20 to 80% of the cost of a hospital system, and we do it through our cybersecurity digital fortress platform while protecting, then therefore you have a real cyber solution that is a partner and friend of the board of directors, because it's going to drive the cost out. It's going to force conformance to the initiatives and governance of that company and protect. So we've taken cybersecurity, made it super strong, super fun, super cool, and very profitable, and make it important and easy to understand. So I'm not sure how much time you have left. I could talk for hours, or I can end now.
I think that we have a number of people in the Q&A. I see there are 2 folks on hand to answer some of the first questions. So I thought maybe what we can do is we have a question from a listener, Saudi Matar. Dr. Carlos Estrada Nava had also agreed to answer it, but I'm going to put it to you first, Mr. Abraham, and that is, should companies oblige their employees to attend an education session on cybersecurity threats and social engineering methods, whether online or offline, and hold them responsible in case of failure to implement such measures. What do you think, Mr.
Okay.
Abraham?
Great question. I get asked that question a lot. So at the surface, yes, you want to encourage people to go to cybersecurity online training. And the second part of that is, do you hold them responsible? Big question, big question. My answer to that is, the first question is, how do you validate these online cyber classes are even functional or relevant? Like, you're going to send someone to an online class and then have them try to penetrate, you know, the cloud-based digital fortress with the polymorphic random number generators. They don't even understand these things. So, you know, so why would you send them to a cybersecurity online training class? That's one of the biggest issues right now, is most of the cybersecurity training classes I've reviewed aren't relevant. So then therefore, how do you hold that employer executive responsible, even all the way up to maybe a criminal level of responsibility, when you're sending them to online training classes that aren't relevant, important, or protective? So that's the issue. The big $1 million question is, how do you train these people? Where do you send them? And then do you hold them responsible? Well, right now today, if you held the CISOs of the world responsible, they'd all be fired, because everyone's being hacked all day long. So you can't hold them responsible because they'll all be fired. So the bigger question is, why don't we skip over that question and go to another question, which is, why don't we make hacking obsolete? And why don't we bring on, you know, the polymorphic random number generators and do these things, and first protect the company from ever being compromised, and then go back and train people properly on this issue? That's my answer.
So Dr. Estrada Nava, I hope I pronounced that right, and I'm sorry for anybody whose name I messed up today, just blanket apology for everybody involved. I have a name too that people mispronounce all the time, so I feel you on that. In any event, what do you think of that answer, and what does accountability actually look like at the corporate level?
There are many reforms today being discussed, for example, in Europe, about the corporate responsibility, talking about the relation between hacking attacks and bonuses, referring to the CIOs, the CFOs, and all the personnel in the IT areas. And also there are new proposals from the Treasury in US, talking about the to making forbidden the payment of some of the ransoms in the ransomware attacks. So there is a new kind of discussion about the social responsibility about corporations.
Does anybody here on the panel have an experience where there was an employee punishment of some kind for just bad cyber behavior that was actually, that worked, aside from just firing the person? Is there any kind of intervention that somebody has seen that is really valuable?
Yeah, I have. So one of the companies that we work with, they've deployed a repercussion mechanism to hold employees particularly accountable for non-compliance to simply that, compliance training of various sorts. And what did that look like? That was progressive, progressive, can't think of the word,
escalation.
Yeah. So they've deployed that for a while now, and it works well. Because in the end, I personally am not interested in having any workplace seem like a very restrictive area that you're not really happy to go into, although COVID's changed up a lot of things these days. But in the end, we're talking about the employer's play space, the employer's documents, the employer's assets, right? And each employee is really entrusted to handle those assets in a very professional and very responsible way. So we have to hold people accountable, because if we don't hold people accountable, then there's no real vested interest in adopting whatever policy or mechanism that the employer tries to push out, right? So it's kind of like saying something without giving it much teeth to kind of back it up. So yes, I've seen that before, and it's been pretty successful. But I am not an attorney, and obviously you want to run something by your legal counsel to make sure that everything's on the up and up with your in-region practices, with privacy laws, and all kinds of stuff like that.
So the next question. I'm sorry. A lot of people want to talk
fantastic,
about it.
Kate. We are now in the panel, so we're still figuring out how to switch the things between the speakers. Because for some reason, the Zoom decided.
I think with everybody's microphone on.
Yeah.
I think with everybody's microphone on, yeah, their faces are going to come up.
Yeah,
but,
if everybody can put their microphone on, please, it will just make things a lot easier, and put the background off, if you don't mind. Somebody's got feedback there. Somebody's got the phone on in the background.
It's you, I think, Ricardo.
The great and powerful Oz, I think.
Yes. So we have Dr. Herbert. We have almost all the speakers on.
So I'll
Andy
throw,
Bates.
Yep,
Thank
I'll
you.
throw
Andy.
the next question to
Yes.
Andy. The next question that we have coming in here is, should USBs be restricted from use at on corporate PCs? And how important is to have a security policy at the corporate level nowadays? Let's start with that USB question.
Wow. Well, yes. I mean, I guess it's wherever possible. Do you know a funny story without mentioning the organization, but a major air traffic control organization put everybody's bag through an X-ray scanner, and then you could just plug your USB into their computers once you got through. The claim was that it wasn't the operational network, but going back to one of the previous speakers, it's great to have physical security, then you forget your logical security. We shouldn't let security get in the way of running people's business. And back slightly to the previous question, the poor old users, if you haven't caught COVID, you're working at home, and many people are sat at the edge of their bed with their laptop. So, draconian measures we have to be careful with. But all of that leads into, I think your second question was, should we have a security policy? I mean, absolutely. Even the tiniest business, the chip shop around the corner from me, should have a security policy, just like they should have fire extinguishers and they should have a burglar alarm. And I think the sooner people realize that cyber is equally as important as physical, then those kind of questions stop being asked, and it just becomes a natural thing.
Thank you so much. Good answer. Is Amy Storr still on?
We're waiting for Amy to come back still.
So I'll ask this question then to the audience generally, because I think it will probably get a lot of responses, including from you, Ricardo. We have a lot of law enforcement agencies that are very territorial. We see that in the US, but I have a feeling now that I'm learning that it's even more territorial in the EU and beyond. How do we get law enforcement agencies? Is there a technique that works to get past them wanting to own cybersecurity and making something a little bit easier for all of us to collaborate on? What are your?
I'm adding Dr. Herbert on this. I think this is an important question that Dr. Herbert can contribute to this particular question.
One of the problems that I've seen, Kate, an audience, is that there is this lack of pride of ownership across the law enforcement community. They either resist it because they're afraid of it, or they embrace it because maybe the younger officers are anxious to make a name for themselves and move up the ladder quickly. So it has to do a lot with ego, and it has to do even more so with training and practice. I mentioned red teaming and blue teaming before in my presentation, and more of that has to occur. I mean, you're talking about activities out of the military's playbook of how to train. and how to educate. Because you can go sit in class, do all the theoretical stuff that you need, but without hands-on, without actual challenges against another team, you know, within your team, it's all for naught. And that's the short answer.
Thank you, Dr. Herbert. I think that's fantastic. So I have a question for Victor, Victor van der Kwast. Victor has a lot of experience in the banking industry, particularly. Victor, can you hear us? We're trying to find Victor.
I think he may have just signed
I
off.
believe that Arik Brabbing also jumped on if you want to ask him the same question.
Victor has left. He wrote to the group on WhatsApp. Yes.
So, yes. Anybody else at this moment? Dr. Platos, we would like to have your perspective from the banking perspective. Can you give us your view on the perspective of compliance, the banking industry? You know, you're a man that's well known in the banking industry and well respected. The importance of the current threats and what do you think can be done to change the current perspective in the global arena?
So as we discussed earlier, dear Ricardo and fellow speakers, we cannot have an isolated approach, a siloed approach in anything. I have listened into a number of these presentations, excellent presentations, different perspectives. But at the end of the day, I think we all know, no matter what people may claim, that there are no unhackable systems. This is an impossibility. If anyone thinks that any system is unhackable, all they can do is go on the internet and say, my system is unhackable, and challenge hackers to attack it. I mean, we know where would this lead to. So what we can do is train the weakest link, which will always be the human factor. We need to train the society. We need to make sure people realize what the risk is and how deeply it can hurt themselves, as well as the institutions they work for and the institutions they love. The banking industry, the financial services industry, wherever money is, maybe as this is changing now, retailers may be where money is. With the new payment institutions, the Amazons of the world, maybe the new banks, they will have the same risks as everybody else has, which is, in fact, entry points into the system via the human factor. So everything comes down to training, certifications, the chance for everybody to at least be a stronger defense line than any system can ever be. This is my overall conclusion and my overall view of how one can deal with this matter overall, dear President.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Kate, can you give some questions?
Yes, I have
I'm
another
sure
one.
there's some more questions.
I have one for Mr. Brabbing, if he's available. How can we assess the degree of harm from disinformation? How do we quantify that? Give us some ideas, Eric, if you're still here.
Mr. Brabbing?
Did he have to drop? I can throw that question to somebody else who wants to take it.
Yeah, he's back. I'm putting on Mr. Brabbing. You've got a question for you?
Yes. you want me to ask one more time? Okay, so how can we assess the degree of harm from disinformation? How do we quantify the degree which some kind of disinformation campaign has really damaged a company or a government?
Speak about disinformation, I think that the best thing that we need to do is awareness, okay? Awareness, education, and when there is an event or if something, someone or something happened in one place, it's very important to publish it all over the world. I deal many times, so every day I think so, with disinformation. There is technology that can identify many things, but I think that not only technology is the solution. We need awareness, technology, publish everywhere, and maybe after that, the awareness of people, companies, and others will be high than today.
Kate, let me add to that.
Yes.
Amanda, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, all right. Sorry about that. I brought up a case in point with Trinidad and with Cambridge Analytica. The Do So campaign concerned disinformation. Disinformation that was targeted to a select group of youth. And these kids are going to carry that probably for the rest of their lives. But that's not the main point. The main point and the damage that was done was the fact that the entire Caribbean operates as a third border to the US. And by working with the State Department, we have been concentrating on cooperation in which you're protecting the US and you're protecting the third border. There's an issue of trust. And when you break that trust by not being reciprocal, when you allow what happened with Cambridge and Analytica to occur, then there are serious problems and doubts that you've created. So disinformation can create doubt. It can break trust. And once those go to the side, then you have serious issues. USouthCom was responsible for what is called the Caribbean Basin Security Initiative. USouthCom profited from what occurred in Trinidad, as well as the British Army, Navy, Special Ops. You know, this is how you've got to look at it. If this were done with, let's say, Israel, Dr. Plattis, you would probably note that Israel may have pushed back a lot stronger than Trinidad is able to do. So we have to keep these things in perspective, and we have to understand that what you do to the least of us, it affects all of us. Yeah.
Fantastic.
Thank you so much.
Yes, and we have now a full screen view on the live, which our technical team has done for us. Thanks, Kate. Yeah, absolutely correct.
So I got an incoming question from LinkedIn. If somebody would, actually, I think this would be a great one for everybody to give an answer on, a short answer. A gentleman has a small insurance business, a local one, very small. He has $100,000 to spend on cybersecurity. What should he spend it on? Is Darren Mott still here?
Yep, I'm here.
All right, I'll let you take that first.
Employee training. Next.
Next.
Yes, very short, very short.
Absolutely agree. Absolutely agree.
We can add something there, Dr. Stelios, and that is very important. Is that
Actually, let me add one thing.
Yes.
Executive board training first,
also
then
that.
employee training.
Yes, yes.
Right.
Yes.
If
It's
I may
actually,
say, people just make sure that your videos and your sounds is on, because some of your videos and sounds is not on. We can see it on the side.
Hassan, what do you think?
Is everybody there?
Yep.
There's a
Yes.
there's a delay in the internet here.
I think that we're a little bit, we're all different parts of the world, so it's understandable. Mr. Kozusnik, what do you think of that? You're on mute.
Emma, you are there. We can see you there. You
Yes.
can hear?
Yes.
Okay, I can hear.
Emma,
Thank you.
Emma, what is the current evaluation during the COVID-19 and needs that is raised in the UK, in London?
Sorry, the current COVID-19, I didn't catch the next word.
Yeah, the current needs, what is arised after the COVID-19 has kicked in? You know, what is the current needs, and how has the landscape and need for coordination and cyber policing changed the UK?
Well, I addressed quite a bit of this in the speech, where COVID-19 has caused a fair bit of change to how we operate. It's become what we coined the new norm, and it appears that this is going to potentially carry on. It's things from increase in contactless payment. This is in business, I hasten to add. Increase in contactless payment, shortening of the supply chains. There's an awful long list of changes that we've had, and cyber has to change with it, because it's become a hacker's paradise, because the changes have been so fast. And so, yes, we've been working quite around the clock in the city to be able to overcome many of these.
Any major attacks that happened on the hospitals to extract information related to COVID-19 recently?
I'm afraid I don't have that information. If there was, I certainly don't know about it. So the city police are separate to the national police. So City of London is a sovereign city. We sit inside of Greater London. We are the financial mile. But I'm afraid if it's in the rest of the country, I don't know at all. But I suspect that if there was some infiltration, I suspect it would have filtered out to our news, but I haven't heard of anything.
Right.
I have another COVID-related question that just came in on LinkedIn as well. As a lady is having some issues. She's a CISO. She's having some problems with asset management as a result of COVID, because all of the employees, lots of sales staff are suddenly at home using all kinds of different machines. Anybody have advice for that scenario? What needs to change for companies that are dealing with all of these at-home employees? Maybe Dr. Plattis could take that. Oh, he disappeared as soon as I called on him.
Sorry, I was trying to unmute. I was trying to unmute and I stopped the video.
Stage right. So.
Thank you. So I'm sorry to repeat again what Darren said in so many words. The answer is training and training again. COVID-19 highlighted the issue much more. It has, as I said also in my speech, distracted management away from their usual care on many things, including cybersecurity. And that let fraudsters and cyber criminals in through the door. So the more people know and understand the risks, the higher the chance for the protection of society as a whole and the global economy.
Could I add something to that as well, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, Emma.
The thing with some of these questions is that each business is very different to each other, and the requirements of each business is going to be therefore different. This is the reason that organizations such as the Cyberpol Academy, the City of London Police Academy, and in particular, the City of London Police devised the program to go into the organizations and to be able to assess each of their individual requirements, which will be different to another organizations, and then produce a report. And let's say it's not the City of London Police, because of course we can't go into the entire world. We are confined to our little area. But there are cybersecurity professionals who do this as part of their portfolio, where they should be. That. So you asked, what should you do with your 100,000? Take a small portion of that and instruct one of the cybersecurity professionals to come into your organization and advise you on where your weaknesses are. That will be the best money you can spend. And part of that weakness is going to be lack of training. That's going to be just one part, lack of training. So may I advise the person who asked the question, find an expert and get them to look into your organization's weaknesses.
Thank you, Emma. And now, Kate, I have a question that somebody posed to Cyberpol, and I would like to answer this to get clarifying on, because one of the constant questions we have is from cyber investigations out in the world, is how do they join Cyberpol, or they've been trying to join Cyberpol and reach out to join Cyberpol. Well, let me just clarify something. Cyberpol agency has two divisions. We have the Cyberpol agency and we have the private eye. So private eyes is strictly for private detectives. It's a licensing program for private detectives. However, Cyberpol agency is not an agency people can just join. We recruit. By the time we ask you to work for Cyberpol, you have been very hand selected. This is very important that we recently started the Cyberpol Private Eyes program to facilitate cooperation between private detectives who needs a cyber edge and get them in a licensing program to work and share. But there's a lot of restrictions involved. For example, private eye members have to be licensed detectives. If they don't have such and background checks, they will not be able to apply for the private eyes. And this brings me to the next step. I want to welcome, just for 2 seconds, Gary Dayer, who's our Chief Inspector for Cyberpol. He's been waiting all day to join us for a few minutes. He's done fantastic work, getting groundbreaking work to get Cyberpol where it is today. So first of all, thank you, Gary, for joining us. I want you to say a few words, if possible, so on the work we do, and the people is rest assured the achievements we've made with some great cases in the last year. Dr. Herbert and Gary is fully aware in working with these cases. Gary, I'm handing over to you for a few seconds.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with so many fantastic speakers and to work with some of you guys too. And I'm sure that there's more scope in the future to work together after this summit, when everyone knows what can be done when we work together. So thanks for
welcome, Gary. Gary's a man of little words. I must
He brought
say.
all these speakers on, and I think that that's his voice for the day. Thank you, Gary.
Having said that, I want to say also special thanks to Arena for making today happen. Anri, our sponsors around, and Mehmet, who has helped us with the technical team. You know, we have 4 minutes to go in this closing. So well done, everybody. I think it's clear that if I understand correctly, I got a message earlier, we have had an average of 700 participants today. And that's all the numbers must still be counted, but I'm pretty sure it's going to reach 1,000 participants. So we had a great exposure, great views, and in the next few days, we will replay the recordings, the 2 sessions from the morning till the lunch and thereafter. And I hope to bring everybody back in the next Cyberpol Summit, which will be roughly six months from now. In December, we will host a seminar, which is open to law enforcement, policing services, to join the debate. It will be limited to 100 spaces. So please, if you're in a law enforcement, you're watching this, you want to sign up when it gets released. It's an closed session. That means restrictions apply in order to coordinate and broaden the current scope internationally to make sure that we get everybody on board. Also, special thanks to Alex and Pinkerton, one of I think it's the oldest agency, detective agency in the world. They've got a great history, and it was last minute notice to Alex and Dr. Phil as well. Thank you for participating. So Kate, I'll hand over to you to do the closing remark.
Well, thank you so much. Everybody, continue checking back at the Cyberpol website to see what's new and when the next conferences are coming up. You'll see everything on social media, but it's always good to just keep abreast of all of the developments. And I really appreciate Ricardo, Mr. President, bringing me on today to help out and get to know all of you guys. I think this was wonderful, really compelling speakers. Thank you all so much for giving your time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Have a great day. Now go have a cocktail like we would if we got to see each other in person.